Thaddeus Cray Productions presents a side story. This continues both Werewolf Hunter and Unforgiven, but in a different type of story. Join me, dear listeners, and take you on an icy trip of shock and awe. Abel, the founder, recently after the events of werewolf hunting, Deadly Cargo finds himself burdened with the task of cleaning up failed expedition into the northern parts of Alaska and into the North Pole. This will lead him and the most famous vampire to ever exist into the wilds of the tundra. In this will be revealed the origins of a legend you only thought you truly knew. You'll witness the fear and bravery of a girl who barely survives the Janasqua attack, which traumatizes her to the core, and her debts that Abel now knows must be paid, potentially in his blood, in finding a fabled book that has claimed the mind and soul of many a mortal man. I speak of the writings of the mad Arab Abdul al-Hazred, the Book of Cthulhu, the Kitab el-Aziz, also known as the Necronomicon. I present to you Abel the Founder, the Book of the Dead. Abel Solinsky has always loved the country of Ukraine. The people are determined, hardy. Getting through hard times and weathering the storm is not just in their blood, but the soil of the land itself. The man is tired. Extremely tired, despite the fact he's immortal. And is very aware that he'll live much, much longer before finally his time will come. The fact is, the entire situation with the bickering idiots of the council in which he founded has gotten to him. Dealing with Romanchek was easy enough, but there had been another one. A man known as Meyer, who had been stupid enough to try to question his authority and how he had handled the situation. He had told the man simple. He was a trafficker of cryptids and other sentient creatures, and he had no business being among the council to start with. It's me that's cleaning up after your mess. Meyer had been stupid enough to try to challenge him, and Abel had quite literally ripped him limb from twitching limb in front of the remaining 8 members of the Council of 10. They had wisely stepped down from even attempting to challenge the man. He could have killed every last one of them. It would have been difficult, but he would have been able to do it. Leave it at this. And he had done this in the human form. He had not had take the other form of the wolf. That is how powerful Abel Solinsky is. The first and only werewolf and vampire hybrid to exist. He had told the council, until you get your shit together, I wash my hands of you. I want to see what you guys can do. On your own. I babied you for too long. And therefore, along with Charles Blackfeather, who had also grown tired of their stupidity, they both went their own way. Blackfeather himself is old and tired. Abel knows that his friend will not be around much longer. And it is partially due to the fact that he is concerned of such things, knowing the fact that he will soon mourn the loss of a friend. Someone, despite the fact that Charles Blackfeather, if you saw the two side by side, you would think, of course, you think of Blackfeather as the elder. That is obviously far from the truth. Yet in the end, the centuries-old being has other things to concern himself with. He knows if Charles needs him, or his protege Alex, they will call, and he will come to help them, should the affair be needed to be taken care of. Yet this is personal. It is something else that he has discovered, which he is not happy about. And he has decided, as he walks through the woods and the snow of the country of Ukraine, it's time to call in a debt that has been owed to him for quite some time. He needs a man's help, a true warrior, despite the fact that the most famous vampire to exist had once been a monster. He has mellowed quite a bit in his age, and he actually feels some remorse for the things he's done in the past. In the end, Abel decides not to hold that against him. He needs the man's help. Because in the end, there's no one else he would rather trust, or he can afford to trust. Mirrodin Triculos, the sister of the one into which it brought Abel, as well as that of Vlad Tepes himself across Malachi. He would ask for her help, because after all, the two do have a close bond. They had been lovers in the past. Yet in the end, she herself has personal affairs she has to take care of. She had actually found love for the first time, maybe in millennia, and Abel refuses to separate her from that. And the fact is, what has to be taken care of requires a certain ruthlessness that, while Mirrodin Triculos is very powerful, immensely so, she does not have the killing intent that might be needed. He walks through the forest. He had taken on the form of the wolf, as well as that of the werewolf form. Now, while most werewolves could not take the form of a pure wolf, in the end, Malachi, Triculos, the third brother of the first vampires, the first three purebloods, that had been his specialty, shapeshifting. He'd been able to take on the form of the bat and the wolf. So therefore, it was only natural that Abel would have been able to inherit this. So now he walks as a man. He sees the estate in the distance. It's a place not too much unlike his own, actually slightly smaller. However, he can see lights within. He finds it amusing that one such as Vlad Tepes would need electricity to power anything. He had always prided himself on his independence. But in the end, you can understand the luxury of modern convenience. He doesn't even bother knocking on the door, he simply pushes it open. And he sees a slightly shorter than average, but very powerfully built, stocky individual staring at the fireplace, which is burning bright in the night. His eyes twinkle like jewels as he looks up. "You could have knocked," the man says. "Yes, I could have, but I decided that to do so would have made my presence maybe a wee bit beneath your notice, and that is something I cannot handle." "Arrogant as always. What do you want?" Vlad Tepes growls. The man now goes under the name simply as Vlaine. No last name or anything else. He himself no longer even has thralls that do his bidding, but of course such pathetic creatures don't live very long. And while Vlad has definitely brought a fair number of vampires across, most of them went their own way with his blessing. So no, Vlad Tepes has simply decided to be left alone. He himself had long since put the legend of the vampire out there with Bram Stoker's book. He had talked with that man himself and put ideas into his mind. The other vampires had pondered destroying him, but ironically it had been Nikolai, the first of the three pureblood vampires, that had changed their minds, because he understood what Vlad was doing. True, Vlad has an ego, but he was also looking out for their people. Think about it. What's the best way to get rid of the fear of the boogeyman? Make everyone think the boogeyman doesn't exist. It made the lives of vampires much easier. Make no mistake. Vlaine, also known as Vlad Tepes, exhales lightly, breathing out an unneeded, then barks out a tone of laughter. It is not a pleasant sound. Last time I checked, you were the one that called me a mindless savage, a predator that needed to be destroyed. Why should I have anything to do with you? Because I could force it, that is why. Other than that, you know as well as I do, true, you could kill me. Yet in the end, what would it gain you? I know people like you, Abel. People like you need to meddle in things that don't even concern you. You need to handle things which are not even your affairs. You're always sanctimonious, fucking hypocrites. Yet you were the one who was turned away from the ways of your maker. You have a point there. In the end, the old ways, all they are good for are getting all of us killed. I will say this. You might be an abomination, but you were right in handling things the way you did. At least when it came to the mutts. I might be half werewolf and half vampire, but you would be wise to show me respect. After all, a werewolf is what I was to begin with. Even if it was not the most noble of choices, I do not have shame of it. But of course you don't, Dracula says. I once commanded armies. I once was considered a god. And yet I grew tired of it. I came out here to hopefully find some peace. The people here, they are very headstrong, noble in their own ways. That is why I came here to seek you. I knew that you would be here. You always had a soft spot for. In some ways we think alike. But I tire of this small talk. I've never had time for it. Why are you here? Abel Selinsky nods and very calmly takes a chair across from the stockier man. And he narrows his eyes, his orbs flickering crimson, as Dracula smirks. He's not impressed or intimidated, despite the fact he knows Abel is much stronger, due to the hybrid situation of his creation, as well as the fact both of them are considered full-blood vampires. They've been brought across by the same pureblood, Malachi Triculus. I need your help for one reason. I've discovered something that could be very dire for all of us. And what is that? Surely you would not need my help. It is not a matter of your power. It is a matter of what you are capable of. You can do things which possibly even I would admit I could not do. And I was a savage back then, as you well know. Dracula exhales lightly, and very calmly reaches to a table. He lights a cigar, very calmly smoking it. You want one? Abel says, no thank you. Maybe at another time. He nods slowly. Fair enough, but hope you don't mind if I do, because this is my house, after all. He very calmly exhales, smoking for a couple of minutes before he responds. What is it that is so dangerous that you would need my help? That is what I do not understand. You say that you need my ruthlessness. I can respect that. And you have saved my life a couple of times. I can definitely understand you would be calling on the debt that has been owed. And while you are a hypocrite in many ways, arrogance was not one of your flaws. Not truly. Abel nods. There has been a serious problem in Alaska, as a matter of fact. Is that far from here? Well, that is quite interesting. Why would you desire me to go with you abroad like that? Again, it has to do with what you are capable of. You people have as a killing intent. I originally planned on approaching Mirrodin, potentially, but in the end, while she is ungodly powerful and capable of doing things, she is one of the few in which I would dare not challenge. While I possibly could destroy her, it would not be worth the trouble, because I would die right with her. I have no desire to meet the final death at this moment in time. I can respect that. So again, what is your point? There was an expedition that a friend of mine was involved in. Familiar with a man known as Charlie Blackburn. Dracula very calmly taps his bearded chin in thought as he strokes his chin, thinking, narrowing his large brown eyes. I've heard the name. I know he is a werewolf of serious power and much earned respect. That is all I know. Wasn't he part of the council at one time? Yes, indeed, he was. Unfortunately, he grew tired of their stupidity and walked away from them, along with myself, at least for a time. I fear that Blackfeather's time grows short. He is mortal, even if he is a man worthy of respect. I'm surprised you did not offer to bring him across. I did, as a matter of fact, Abel confesses. It would have been very interesting to see another abomination like yourself. He now says this with a more playful tone than true mockery. I do not know what would have happened. In the end, I offered the gift to him. There's a possibility it would have killed him. You have to understand, Vlad, that I was brought across just like you were. My one was the first. That is the only reason, I think. And plus, you also must understand. Malachi chose me because of my experience in combat and conflict. He needed me as one of his generals for what was to come when he went up against his siblings. It had nothing to do with the fact that I was a werewolf. That is interesting. So you're saying that was not his intent? Abel shakes his head. No, it was not. Many people do not know that, and will give a very pretty penny for what I just told you. All right, so what about this Blackfeather? What's so important with this expedition you are talking about? It was not him personally that was involved with the expedition. There were two werewolves, which he was tied to. One he brought across, personally. His name was Get-It. That bastard is the reason, in the end, which I walked away from the council to start with. Their idiocy allowed him to do the evil which he was doing. I heard. A trafficker. I am no stranger to such things, but he was a fool in the way in which he tried to. Yes, he was, but in the end he was also very intelligent. I will give him that. But there was another in which Blackfeather did not bring across, but there was another. His name was Alex McIntyre. Possibly a very rare individual. The only one in who had been infected with lycanthropy at a young age. It was fairly common back there in our day. But not with him. I've heard of him. He was infected when he was a child. Very young. I've heard of the things he has done. Especially in how he handled the xenocephali. Yes, as a dogman. No one has ever been as adept at handling them like he has. It might surprise you that, well, take a look at my friend here. It's at that moment that a very massive beast, a creature that had once been almost fox red, now mostly gray, steps in through the door. Vlad tenses in his shock and potential horror. Do not fear. Old Ved is something of a comrade of mine. He goes where I go. He is not going to be around much longer, and I do not have the power to give him my gift. He does not work with animals. He knows this as well as I do. Indeed. He is a truly magnificent creature. I know that the one you call Alex killed many like him. Many, yes. Yet ironically, it is funny. He is the one which gave him to me. Alex is indeed a good man, and he has something to do with what I must confess. I'm not going to say the child is his son. He's a grown man at this point. However, he was barely able to escape, because he himself, he'd been taken in by the council in many ways. He was not infected with lycanthropy. He is human. Yet, What I hear, Timothy Kozlowski is a good young man. However, he was almost killed by something. As a council, this is another thing idiots had done. They had sent him out on an expedition. The young man had been trained by them. Many of their paramilitary members were instrumental in teaching him, and yet they thought him, as well as the scientists who worked for them, to be expendable. Trust me, by the time Alex got a hold of the one on which it sent him out, I'm pretty sure he died horribly. Oh, you have no idea, my dear Tapas, you have no idea how bad it went for that bastard. But anyway, Timothy is very well and alive. And yet, there was something that had happened. They were sent to find something. Obviously, the council, in their cowardice, had decided to prove just that, their cowardice, by sending someone who had no idea what was going on. But I myself found out the truth. And what is that truth? Simple. They were seeking something. You have to understand something. Garrett himself had been seeking this. It was one of the reasons he stayed in Alaska as long as he had, despite the fact he was scorned by other members of his own kind. Hunting human beings tends to do that. Indeed. He was seeking something. There had been reports of a creature, a very powerful creature. Not a cryptid, not the way you would think. To go out into the wilds of Alaska alone in itself is a very bad idea. What do you have out there? Of course, you do not just have the Sasquatch or the Dogman. No, the Xenocephali are bad enough. Old Red growls softly, looking to Vlad. You're hurting his feelings. Fair enough, he says, glaring right back at the Dogman, who whines lightly and simply lays down on all fours right at Abel's feet. Abel very calmly pets his comrade between the ears and says, "You are there, there are other creatures. Indeed, there's also the Gugwe, the Janasqua. What kind of fool is, unless they knew the area or maybe were indigenous? Why would they even want to go out there? Was they prospectors, poachers, hunters? What? You say the council sends them out there, but obviously you know as well as I do, Geddes was a true animal. Why? What would he be seeking other than something that could bring him power? What other monster could truly be out there? As I said, the only business anyone would have out there would be either as a poacher, a prospector, a hunter, or something else, something not pleasant. What would they be seeking out there, and what would this creature be? There have been many descriptions of this creature, but that is not what damn near took Timothy as well as the scientists' lives. What was it then? Gugwe, of course. They were hungry. There were 15 scientists, 2 soldiers, as well as Timothy, who was a 3rd soldier, who had been trained by their hand. And of course, Timothy, despite the fact he was younger, he had been personally trained by different members of the Brotherhood. You would understand as well as I do what that entails. Indeed, he had more sense than the others. That is what you are saying, Tepper says grimly. Exactly. As I said, there were 15 scientists and 3 soldiers. There were 2 others close by as backup. Only Timothy and 3 scientists survived. And sure enough, they did not find what they were seeking. However, there was some intel given by one of the others who was backup. The other one, of course, was also torn to shreds by the Gugwe. Vlad rolls his eyes. Idiots. What? You have to understand. Indeed, it was a foolish endeavor, but they did see the creature. And what was that be other than something very bad? It was the face of a baboon, for Christ's sake. Indeed, that would love to roll around in the mud, he says, smirking. Janaskva, those are other disgusting creatures. Savage, completely uncontrollable. You cannot reason with those creatures. They have, if you ask me, what the council should have done long ago. I, at the same time, say this about the first three. It means the first three vampires. In their arrogance and stupidity and desire to control everything, if they desired truly for good results, they would have those creatures destroyed. Indeed, I agree with you 100%. Old Red bears his many rows of teeth. Calm down, boy. I'm not sure if Old Red has dealt with them personally, but he seems to instinctively not like them very much. Who would? Vlad shakes his head in disgust. So other than disgusting versions of the Sasquatch, what else could have been found? The surviving residual said that he saw as a creature actually kill one of the Gugwi. This gets Vlad's attention. The creature he described was a man. A man? Vlad actually coughs so much. He coughs with laughter so much that he drops a cigar on the floor. He rolls his eyes and catches it in his hand and puts it in an ashtray. What kind of madness and stupidity is this? Let me finish before you go off on a tirade of how I'm wasting your time. Vlad rolls his eyes and gestures with him, with a finger for him to get on with it. Abel very calmly lights a pipe and smokes himself. The creature was scarred and massive, not as big as a Gugwi, but big enough. Go on, Vlad says. The creature also supposedly stood roughly 8 feet tall. That gets Vlad's attention. You are aware of Frankenstein's notes, are you not? Vlad rolls his eyes. Of course. Who is not? The book by Mary Shelley, that was simply a very well hidden attempt by Frankenstein's family to hide the truth right in front of everyone, but it was also a warning. Indeed. So what the hell? Think about it. The creature. You know as well as I do. The expedition in the North Pole was that insane captain that encountered Frankenstein to begin with. You know as well as I do, his creature was being hunted by Frankenstein, his maker, during that period so long ago. Give or take is the exact time frame. Yes, I know. But Frankenstein's notes have been something that have been coveted by many people, including myself, for centuries. Because the power in which such a creature could potentially hold is not just that, you idiot. What else? Abel asked, raising a thick brow. He's actually intrigued. Vlad narrows his even thicker brows and chuckles lightly, his wide eyes narrowing in amusement. The Necronomicon. What? You're speaking of the Book of the Dead? Of course. The very book that insane Arab Abdul al-Hazred wrote. Such things are blasphemy. I will not discuss them, especially with you. You consider me inferior. It is not that. It is just something I refuse to talk of. You've seen it, haven't you? Abel exhales lightly. I saw it once, and it was not when I was this creature. It was when I was a mortal man. You know as well as I do, Abaddon was responsible. Or it may have been a duke, I cannot remember, it was so long ago. But you know as well as I do, as there were many people in power who were always vying for advantages over the other. As this happened not long after my family was killed. Well, I raised a brow, intrigued. I stumbled upon the book. I had heard of it, and one of the nobles in which so many others were conflicting with. He had a very valuable reward out for the book. I will tell you now, I was tempted. But even then, I was somewhat of a believer of God, even if I have very little respect for whatever the creator may be now. That still small voice, I guess you could say. Here I am, an undead, speaking of such things. Ironic, isn't it? Indeed. But I'll tell you this. I came across the book. It was written in Arabic. And of course, back then, I had no idea what it could hope to say. But the book itself was indeed something that was disgusting. It was literally covered. The binding, you must understand, was, just as they said, human skin. Indeed, the pages were not much different. And let me tell you right now, the writing was in blood, human blood, of all things. And inside of it was the most blasphemous, disgusting things. Only a madman or something of pure evil could have written such things. I said I had to burn it. You must understand, I was somewhat of a more religious man than I am now. And while I was angry, I had not quite met the leader just yet. I had not quite become with the gift in which he had offered me long before Malachi ever came around. Of course, Vlad says with rapt attention. That book had to be destroyed. I could not destroy it. Instead, I tried to bury it. Different things. They would only surface in front of me once more. Different situations that I will not get into. I did the next best thing I could. I held on to it. For how long? Centuries. Even after I became this thing which I am now. You must understand, I am not ashamed of what I am, but I also know that what I am is not natural, and I will never be natural. Even the undead, in some ways, have a place. Maybe that is why I kept the book. It was not a desire to use it or to covet it. I just knew that if it was in anyone's possession for too long, that it could be disastrous in more ways than one. I had a potential buyer for the book when he found out that I had it, but I had long since founded the council. This was back in the 1700s. You must understand, the later part of that century. A man on to make my sense. A very brash, arrogant young man, but he was truly brilliant. He had a beautiful wife, a very fair young lady, who I personally believed was too good for the young man. The fact is, it is not that he was an oaf or stupid. It's quite the opposite. He was very brilliant. His charisma, he oozed it. And he, of course, was very, very wealthy. His family came from a long line of people who were connected to Germany. You know as well as I do, the Germans, they are brilliant people, a very determined people, much like the people here. Vlad listens with rapt attention. Young Victor, he refused to take no for an answer. He tried bribing me. In the end, he even threatened me. I could have destroyed him, and I damn near did. Well, I kept you from doing so. If you had, then you might have saved countless lives. I'm aware of that. During my time back then, was a proud man. Even then, even now, he's a feisty guy. He knows this. Vlad wants to make a smart-ass retort, but in the end, it'll be a waste of time. And he's too engrossed in the story to say otherwise. So anyway, after I dealt with Victor's incessant begging for that book, something dark within me bloomed. And what I mean by this is, I desired the man to have a taste of his own medicine. If he desires the book so badly, I would give it to him. And that's exactly what I did. Because I knew in my heart of hearts, this heart, it does not beat. You understand this as well as anyone. But there is still humanity in me. I could sense, maybe because of that human part, that the book given to anyone would be their destruction. The only reason I did not use it for so long was because, of course, what I had become, what I'd seen Malachi do to myself, as well as so many others. Malachi was a serious problem for all of us. You are aware that I was there, and I helped Brius as the first. Restrain him, as he was then staked. I am very aware the Euphrates River should be his tomb instead of just a resting place. You are aware that happened, as I knew or me would both neither exist. I'm not a fan of dying, the final death, this is true. But you have to understand something, Vlad. I, myself, have seen too much. While I desire to live for a long time, that pesky desire inside of me still exists, just as I know it does with you. Sometimes you have to wonder. Vlad himself steeples his fingers in front of his face as he leans on his elbows, looking Abel in the eyes. Maybe you're right. But go on, you were talking about the Necronomicon, and you gave it to Frankenstein himself. Well, I can understand your motives. Well, I myself probably would have definitely not been able to resist that dark impulse. You're aware of the lives in which it ruined. I'm very aware. That is the reason that I brought it to your attention. It destroyed Frankenstein's life, and the idiot actually read what was in the volumes. He was able to read Arabic. Let me explain something to you, my dear Vlad Tepes. Victor Frankenstein was a brilliant man. He was not just brilliant in the ways of math and science. He was a genius in the ways of He was a genius in the ways of linguistics, beyond anything which you can imagine. I myself personally, even after all these centuries, know maybe 4, 5 different tongues, dialects, etc., etc. Of course, it is easy enough to simply talk with someone via telepathy, or simply repeat those are words which I have gleaned from their minds. Such communication is easy, and in some ways, frankly, lazy. Yet, for a mortal, Victor knew 15 languages. Eusebius, indeed, a brilliant man. Such an arrogant, stupid man. So yes, me in my anger and disgust gave him the book. And true, he used that knowledge to bring across and back the creature from a grave so early, which should never have been violated. But this is simply the way of it. Vlad shakes his head in shock. So that is what they were seeking. The idiots. I understand that the council can be greedy, as well as very selfish. Rumenchek, as you said, proves this. But why would they desire such an evil book? Abel shrugs strong, powerful shoulders. I cannot tell you. The only reason is simple. Maybe a desire for immortality, or something similar. There were many of the council, including Maya, who had to be destroyed. And of course, Romanchek himself. Romanchek was still quite young, in his prime, actually. He was a man that had not even touched the age of 40. But Maya, he was growing older. Weaker, of course, as he was growing older, as well as his influence within the council. He desired something more than I believe what he had. So you're saying that maybe he desired to become... If he desired to become like one of us, or even myself, he was proud, but not stupid. I think he would have approached me. He sought something else in the book. There were others who I believe are just as guilty. So what do you say? I believe the ones in which a cult for the expedition, for the most part, have been dealt with, mainly with Maya. But there are, of course, a few others who do not desire for it to corrupt them. Yet in their minds they may think that the book, while true, it does not just hold the secrets of eternal life. It holds other powers, connections to deities long since forgotten. Mainly he who eternally lies into the dreams and minds of men, Vlad says. Indeed, he whose name I shall not mention, he means Cthulhu, is connected to that evil book. And while I could not understand it when I possessed it for so long, I did not really even attempt to read more than what I had, yet I knew there was a cosmic connection to very ancient and powerful star-spawned evil as well. It's only natural that Frankenstein and his evil, as you know, brought forth was a creature, yet in the end, yes, of course the council will desire such power. There are many who simply think that extending the life could be a noble endeavor, and while I can understand such temptation for obvious reasons, that is not the way. And naturally, them being the cowards that they can be at times, they needed someone expendable. I will have to get details beyond what I know, but this is why I've approached you. You, I know for a fact, will help me. If not simply a desire for your own curiosity, yet also the fact that you have lain low for too long, my friend. I believe it would be good for us both to go hunting. There's a chance to destroy and eradicate filth. He means the Gugwin and Janoskwa, that should have died long ago. Indeed. Why do you hate them so much? That I do not understand. Of course, it is natural for creatures of lineage to naturally be uncomfortable around such beings. They ourselves are less natural than them. They would sense it and, of course, be a threat. But why do you hate them so much? Vlad very calmly explains. Long ago, roughly, let us say, in the late 1800s. The exact time is up for debate. It matters little. There were many people who sought gold in that area. And yet in the end there were some who simply desired a chance for a fresh start. I was one of them. Of course, there was no rarity of prey. I would simply have to be careful. Yet there was a woman there. She was not of the Blackfoot or anything similar. No, she was Inuit. Go on, Abel says, fascinated. I loved her, Abel. I loved her dearly. Other than my wife, who was killed by the Turks. You know what I mean. They drove her to her suicide. Of course. But regardless, I loved that woman. Beyond words. I was going to actually make her like me. But then, her tribe, They were wiped out. I do not know if it was Gugwe or Janasqua, but I do know it was one. You know as well as I do, the two filthy creatures, their species, they work together at times. Indeed, the Janasqua tend to be a lot more powerful. And yet at times, the Gugwe can be a little bit more ingenuitive with their weapons and ability to adapt. Make no mistake, the Janasqua are more intelligent. Yet they are lazy in many ways as well. I do not know which one killed the woman I loved, but they slew her and took their time. I killed 15 of them. It took time, of course. Many of them, even against one such as I, would have no trouble killing me. Yet I knew my knowledge of warfare, as well as their own knowledge with a sort of the land against them, and drained them dry. Let me tell you, they are compatible. There is enough human in them to sustain one such as us. I would rather not find that out, Abel said, shuddering in disgust. But in the end, my revenge proved hollow. But I would desire to go into other parts in which I have never been. Of course, Alaska is much further north than Canada. I've never hunted in that spot. And potentially, if there's such a beast, or being, as you so delicately call it, which has such a book, or the knowledge of such things, even the result, I would love to see it. If you understand where I'm going with this. Indeed. Who can we talk to which can point us in the right direction? If the council must not know of this, as a matter of fact, I plan on finding the book. I may have to keep it again, but so be it. But then, I shall find the ones of the council who were responsible. You plan on killing them, don't you? I do not know. I have been tempted, at times, to completely start from the ground up, with a new structure, for my people. But in the end, that might be selfish and immature of me. I do not know yet. Yet what I do know is, too, of the best in which werewolf kind has to offer. They're so disgusted, they want nothing to do with the council. He means Charlie Blackfeather, of course, Alex McIntyre. One being part of the council himself. There currently, last I saw, were 3 in training to replace the 3 in which had either stepped out or been slain. But it matters little. At this moment in time, there has been damage that cannot truly be repaired. They must not know, and they must not find out. So therefore, we have two allies in which we can gain information. I think we should pay them a visit. And where would they be? Iowa, of course. I hope you have your derby hat ready. 2 weeks pass. Alex McIntyre is tired, to say the least. The entire mess with the council as well as the implosion of its ranks. He shakes his head in disgust. Meyer had gotten what he deserved, make no mistake. Alex shakes his head in anger, even now clenching his fists. The young man is Timothy Kozlowski, the son of Arnold Kozlowski, Alex's best friend, who, of course, as you know in Chapter 1 of Werewolf Hunter, had been killed by dogmen. He almost lost the boy, too. The fact is, Alex losing so many people has made him a recluse. He lives still in Brookhaven, but he interacts with very few people. Rebecca is a lot more sociable than he is, and it's caused a rift between them somewhat. Yet in the end, she understands. And Alex, she can see, is trying. He's truly trying to become more sociable and outgoing for the sake of their relationship. And with this, she sets a hand on Alex's shoulder. Alex, you know, maybe you want to try to talk with him. What are you talking about? he says, raising a brow. Don't pretend that I'm not aware of what's going on. You told them two vampires. You told them to stick it out their butt and whistle Dixie without whistling from their mouth. That's not... Darling, what do you expect me to do? I told you I was done, and I meant it. Charlie is also. And you know as well as I do, Charlie wouldn't have even thought of putting them up for this. I get that. But maybe you ought to listen to him. Look, you know, Abel did help you, especially when you were looking for a home for that dog man. Alex grits his teeth in anger. He doesn't like it when such things are directed back at him. Yet in the end, he exhales lightly. Okay, darling, you're right. So why don't you call him back and talk with him instead of cussing him out? He nods slowly. I'm sorry. Look, I understand. I might have done worse if I were in your spot. But, you know, Timothy's wanting answers. And I think he deserves them. I think Abel and... I don't know who the other guy is, but... Darling, you would know him if you saw him. Leave it at that. He's a lot more famous than you give him credit for. Oh, yeah, right. Like, what is he, Dracula? I'm just going to leave that right there hanging. You're serious? Dracula? Yep, Alex says, chuckling lightly. She rolls her eyes. Me and my big mouth. Well, I think you were right, so... All right, fine, I'll call him back. He dials the number, which of course goes right to voicemail at first. And he basically says, look, Abel, I understand maybe I was a little bit high on the collar here, but I think you understand what I've been through. But if you can help me get some answers for Timothy, I'm down for it. And he hangs up. Sure enough, the two, Abel answers the phone, the two talk. And they actually meet at his house. This house is very quaint, I must admit, Abel says. This old cabin? Yeah. It's not too far from where, my parents raised me on this property. It's been in my name for the most part ever since. Me and my wife, my first wife, Sarah, I built this place. She helped me out from the ground up. Of course, I had to have a couple of contractors in the end somewhat help me out for finishing touches. I'm not much of a carpenter at the end, but it worked for what I was looking for. So you're saying you can help me get Timothy some answers, right? Tell me what's going on. What the hell were they after? What do you even... You must understand, this has nothing to do with the council. At least anything we talk of. I understand. You told them to whistle Dixie just like I did. Just like with Charlie. There he is, Mr. Blackfeather. He preferred not to really tell that information to nobody. I know where he is, but he's one to be left alone, and it's just going to be that way. So if you want to talk to anyone, you can talk to me. I can understand that. And with this, another man steps forth. He's slightly shorter than Abel, but slightly taller than Alex. So you are the famous dogman hunter, huh? I've been called other things. I take it you're Dracula himself? He says, raising a brow. I have not been called that for a very, very long time. Call me Vlaine. The two shake hands. And with this, Alex explains as best he knows. Okay, guys. I'll go ahead and start with what I know first. Number one, it was in the northern parts of Alaska that the expedition was going on. Right up there, at the North Pole. I don't know what the hell they were wanting to be found, but as well as I do, Timothy, they helped him out. The council even funded his schooling, everything. There was a possibility he would have even been, how can I say this, initiated into that of the fellowship itself. Maybe even made one of the Brotherhood as time progressed, just like I was. Why didn't you bring them across yourself? Vlad asks, curious. but not in a disrespectful kind of way. Because, to be honest with you, I wasn't sure he would have been able to handle it. Leave it at this. I can be a very emotional man. And when I get that way, my wisdom lacks. This was something that I would have eventually talked with Charlie about. And had he passed the initiations, then I would have been the one to give him the gifts. That was on the, no one else was on the table with that. But the fact is, they fucked the kid over. They damn near got him killed. Freaking Googly, of all things. Googly. Don't get me wrong, I knew they existed, but as much as I've dealt with dogmen, the idea of giant baboon-faced freaks doesn't exactly... I know. Coming from a werewolf may sound crazy, but the fact is, it is what it is. Indeed, certain creatures seem more outlandish than others. I know, right? Then, of course, well, nereids, mermaids, we all know. Yeah, whatever. So, anyway, I ain't sure exactly what they were sending Timothy out for, but in the end, they was wanting to find something. They were kind of vague on what it was, but supposedly there had been reports of different yurts. A yurt is like how can I say this properly? A yurt is something that is, for the most part, erected on sticks and covered in skins. It's a kind of, let's leave it at this. A lot of folks in Asia and Central Asia and different things, especially during, earlier, more primal times, they mastered the art of that construct in order to offer shelter. But supposedly there have been sightings of similar kind of things, built from leather and possibly trees and bones and different things, and sightings of a massive man walking and dwelling in those areas. Supposedly many situations involving people, in which people's lives have been saved by said being from either Genoskwa, Googly, or even Sasquatch or Dogman or other cryptids by this being. Were very, the stories, of course, are not mainstream, but there were, word of mouth among the townspeople or, different folks which lived in those areas. It was rife with describing what you're being. There was no hiding it. And of course, Timothy, being the adventurous soul that he was, true, he had fallen into some hard times, including drugs and alcohol, in order to cope with what he had seen with the dogmen killing his parents. Yet he had gotten himself together and was doing well. But the fact is, the young man had been traumatized again to see more death and mayhem. They had simply, they had not told him of the dangers, they had not told Alex of anything, they simply just sent him off. They needed someone who was connected enough to talk with them, but someone who they considered quote-unquote expendable. And of course, you know as well as I do, there had definitely been blood shed by Alex's claws over that. So Alex continues. So that's what they were looking for, proof of such a creature. You have to understand something. The council's always been tied into different things. The Smithsonian's one of them. You know as well as I do, they benefit, they profit from hiding such things, discoveries from the mainstream society knowing. Of course, it proves that, it gives them more control, more power. How much do you think that the council truly controls, Alex? Aside from practically every economic organization in this country, as well as abroad, the Illuminati ain't even got anything on them. Okay, true, they're more powerful, but in the end, they don't have the connections. And in the end, that's all the freaking council ever wanted. Power. It's always been that way with us. You know that. Yes, indeed. The leader is the ones that brought me across. He made me as power-hungry as he was. And then, of course, I betrayed him. As you know as well as I do. Yet in the end, such things matter little. So other than the fact that they might desire the knowledge of capturing such a creature, or a being, or a man, what else do you think that they might seek? I don't know. I mean, I've never even heard of such a creature before. The closest thing well, think very carefully, Alex. Because Abel senses Alex is getting on the right page here. Vlad simply remains silent. The council has long since been after a couple of things. One of them was Frankenstein's notes.
What?
Rebecca asks. Frankenstein's notes? You mean the Frankenstein?
But that...
The name Mary Shelley indeed exists, darling. Mary Shelley was a real person, and she was a real writer. And she was paid very, very well for her expertise in writing. She was given the material, as well as other types of affairs, by the German government. They didn't want too many things being known. Just like Vlaine here told his life story, practically every bit of it, except for the vital details, to Bram Stoker. Think about it. What's the best way for a monster to hide? Not under the bed, but in front of you. So you're saying that... Exactly. But there were other things that Victor, of course, wrote. Other parts of his journals that have not been found. But it is known that he had connection to something else. He was after something. But I ain't really been sure what. But supposedly it was a book. An ancient book that he had gained, and it ruined his life. That, of course, is the reason that the German government had Mary Shelley write the book. Throw people off the trail and make them think that it was simply scientific knowledge that Frankenstein himself had cooked up, not something he discovered. Rebecca shakes her head in shock. You know, with you guys, nothing surprises me anymore, she says, chuckling lightly. And with this, Alex smirks slightly, looking to the taller woman. You have no idea. Shut up, you, she says. And with this, she grows serious. So what kind of book is it that you think they were after? I mean, that he was after? What are they trying to hide? And what does it have to do with anything which... I get it, the monster or whatever that Timothy saw. Not that Timothy saw, but one of the guys he was with or whatever. I get that, and supposedly if this thing is Frankenstein's monster, yeah, I get that. But what the hell is that? I will tell you. I cannot tell you exactly every detail, because I desire to protect you and your own. But I will tell you this. It is a book that has been sought by many who would kill for it, ones that I possessed, so that no one else would use it. I grew discussion with Frankenstein's threatening, as well as bribing me, in order to obtain the book. But in the end, I grew tired, and I gave it to him, maliciously, knowing that he would destroy himself, as well as those close to him. He holds his hands up in the air in a surrendering gesture. I know it was wrong of me. Yet in the end, I make no excuses. Rebecca is actually quite understanding. After dealing with the insanity and the hypocrisy that I've seen, and this with Alex here, I'm not talking about him, but what he's been through. And don't even get me started on what they did to Charlie. Just him being so disgusted he had to walk away. I get it. I can understand why you just be... It's like if someone wants to play with a bomb, and it'll kill him, but you're tired of fucking with them. Here, have the button. Exactly. So what exactly was the book? I mean, I've heard of many types of forbidden texts, and all that good jazz, but... The Mad Arab. I need not say more. The Necronomicon.
What?
Rebecca asks, definitely confused. The woman is of a very sharp intellect, as well as her years of an investigator. Make no mistake, she's no dum-dum, but she's never heard of this. And she herself has studied many different things. The Necronomicon, the Book of the Dead. It was written a long time ago, centuries ago, by an Arab. His name was Abdul al-Hazred. The book itself was disgusting. It was made from human skin, written in human blood.
Oh my god.
Who the hell would want some? What kind of idiot would want something like that? I mean, it just sounds horrible, evil. Yeah, it's not just that, darling. It has different rituals and different things. Of course, how to bring back the dead, since it's called that. But also, it has the writings of how to connect with ancient beings beyond imagining. Leave it at that. Ancient creatures. They're called the Great Old Ones. Fiends that at best is left forgotten about. Of course, so I take it you gave it to Frankenstein, and of course the idiots. He brought back the creature as well as the creature itself was, as you know, angry at its creation and betrayal by Frankenstein. You also know as well as I do, he tried to make a mate for the creature, which had been demanded. Yet Frankenstein, due to his own...
Abel speaks softly.
I do not know. Part of me believes that the creature itself has a book. Because you have to understand, Frankenstein, maybe it was due to bravery or cowardice, refused to make him a mate. And the creature killed his family for it. His wife, on their wedding night, she was raped, her heart torn from her chest, and she was torn asunder, limb from limb. And of course, his brother was killed by the creature as well as someone else who was dear too, Victor, framed, and she was executed, lynched by angry townspeople. As that creature destroyed him, mind, body, and soul. And yet, I am not sure on one thing. Well, do you think the creature maybe has the book? Rebecca asks. And Vlad himself is kind of skeptical on that. You must understand something, Miss Abernathy. I myself have done horrific things. And while I am ancient, it is possible that even I could hold such a book without temptation, at least for the time. I am not sure of the creature. It was emotional, angry, enraged, justifiably, but it was angry, furious. I am not sure if it would have made a mate for itself or not, knowing the knowledge in which it would have gotten from its creators. Either notes or the Necronomicon itself. But you have to understand something. The book is not in a very common language. It is an Arabic, in a very strange dialect from what I have heard. I believe that possibly the creature would have been able to learn it, Abel says, disagreeing somewhat. But in the end, if it does have it in its possession, and does not desire to use it, then so be it. I will not take it from its possession, but I need to know. This is my fault, in some ways. Many lives have been lost due to my cowardice, as well as my selfishness, in desiring to get rid of that book. Even if it was for exhales lightly. Even if it was for teaching a man the value of too much power in his possession, as well as the disrespect in which he showed me. This is something that has been on my shoulders for many, many years. If the creature has it, I'm not going to say that I will try to take it, but I need to know where it stands. I do not believe it evil, because it has saved many lives. Well, that's all good and nice, but there may be something you don't know, Alex says. Now, I ain't saying you're not knowledgeable of it. But the fact is, well, even as old as you are, you can overlook things. We all can. Tell me. Gladly. The thing is, the monster, supposedly, there have been sightings of it, that's right. And it makes sense what you're saying. They wanted to send someone expendable and all that, I get that. To find out. But the creature itself has killed more than one person. Indeed, it has actually killed many. But these were peoples that were seeking to exploit it or take something that belonged to it. You must understand, that was not what as the original expedition was about. And yet maybe we can have, at least that is what I believe, as they sought the book, and they simply thought that maybe the creature had it. Well, think about it. What do you think they would have done once they found the creature? Yeah, Vlad nods slow, knowingly. Your friend here is right. And yet in the end, the creature tried to save the survivors. And had it not been for the creature, most likely, those damnable Gogwe or Janusqua would have had no trouble ending their lives. I think we should talk to this Timothy personally. If you are willing, he says. Rebecca speaks for them both. I'll tell you what, I'm willing, but you have to understand something. That young man has become kind of like a little brother to me, almost like a son. You can talk to him, but it's only if he's willing. And if not, that's it. Vlad narrows his eyes. While he is trying his best to play nice, he does not like being told anything by a woman. Abel looks to Vlad. His eyes glow crimson. A warning can be seen in his gaze. Vlad narrows his own eyes, almost in challenge. But in the end, it's not worth it. In the end, to just finalize things, this woman has bravery. He can respect that. Maybe it's because she reminds him of those he lost. That Vlad concedes. Fine. If he says no, we will simply end it at this. But I myself seek, I guess, in some ways to repay a debt. He says, looking to Abel. And yet also my own curiosity burns. I have not done something like this in over a century. Call it an adventure I would desire to see played out. We will find out if he says yes or no. Besides, you may be able to pick up the trail even without the boy's help. Vlad nods. Timothy Kozlowski is no longer the precocious teenager of so long ago. He's a man in his early to mid-20s. Many, if they saw him, would think that he was ex-military. Of course, he would tell them truthfully that's not the case. He is simply a man that had been groomed to be, from teenage years to become eventually an enforcer or a member of the Brotherhood of the Wolf, or the Beast, is also what they're known as. A true brother, and that of the werewolf condition. Leave it at that. One of the best, one who would be destined to become an alpha. Of course, by Alex's own infection. But in the end, he himself, the bitter realization that he had been set up and betrayed by people who he thought had his back, had made him a very cold individual. It had happened not even maybe a couple of months ago, and he's just now barely recovering from it. The fact is, he had almost died. He had spent weeks in traction, a couple of days actually in a coma, medically induced one, so he could recover from his injuries. Yet the young man is healthy. And while it had actually simply been deep slashes or cuts from the claws of a googly, he had almost, which had damn near ended his life, and the scars are ghastly along his torso. In the end, his willpower and everything else had pulled him out of the hospital. Yet he still wanted to lay low. He had told Alex, these guys want to talk to me? Fine, I'll talk to them. Damn it, I've had so many things beyond my control happen. Maybe this will help me. Alex concedes. And with this, the two vampires meet the young man at a diner. The young man is eating heavily, obviously, to try to, because he had lost a lot of muscle mass when, due to being bedridden. You can tell he's still fairly muscular, but he's trying to gain that mass back. And among those things is the side effects of constant working out gives you an appetite, despite the fact he's pushing himself further than the doctor said he should go. It's then that Abel waves lightly to the young man. He says, "Hey, over here." He's obviously just very casual, but not one to really show fear of anyone. This impresses Vlad, to say the least. And with this, the two sit across the table from him. I get you guys anything? Beer, Coke, anything. I mean, I know you guys don't exactly eat, like we do, but you know what I'm trying to say, right? So, or like I do, whatever, just is all right. I would actually prefer. I think a beer would be good for me. So yes, if you're buying, I'm not one to turn you down. Vlad simply shrugs his broad shoulders, as saying, whatever. He himself is not a fan of being here in this country. It's not that he thinks Americans are less than him. It's simply that many of their customs are just so alien. And of course, he's been to this country countless times. And in the end, he's just never comfortable. He feels like a fish out of water. Abel, on the other hand, can care less. And with this, Timothy very calmly takes off his glasses. He wipes them down and puts them back on his face. So I guess you guys know what happened to me, huh? I'm somewhat aware, yes. Okay, I'm gonna get to it. I don't really know who you are, he says, looking to Vlad. And I don't care. Obviously, you're a friend of Abel here, and I've been told enough about you to trust you. I know that, from what Uncle Alex told me, that you dropped the council like a very bad potato, and I don't blame you. I thought they could be trusted, but they shafted me. Is it even safe to be talking about any of this here, you think? I mean, I was taught a lot of stuff, but kind of, right now, my emotions are getting the best of me. So I'm kind of maybe slipping. It's fine. There are no threats here. Okay. So let's go ahead and put it out there, okay? I was supposed to be inducted into the Brotherhood. Not even a year ago. Just a couple of months ago, as a matter of fact. So, of course, you know as well as I do, Roman Check had been outed. And a lot of bullshit, a lot of drama had happened. And I'm talking heads were rolling, man. I think some ways, literally, I just didn't see it. So, I'm not sure. But maybe it was a distraction of some sort, maybe to keep maybe Uncle Alex or even Charlie from looking in the wrong direction. I don't know. But I don't know why they thought I was expendable. I can't really tell you, but I'll tell you this. Then they were looking for something. Of course, I've had some military training by now, actually quite a bit. I know to keep my head on a swivel. Kept my head cool, especially after what happened to Mom and Dad. I swore I wouldn't let that happen to no one else again, right? So, I'll get to the point. They had us looking for something. 15 scientists, 2 other guys who I considered my brothers. Guys who had been, they were older, a couple of them even tried to teach me a few things. Then, of course, you had Jack. Well, Jack was an idiot. Good man, but talked too much. Didn't really pay attention to what really needed to be paid attention to. He taught me a few things, but I'm just saying. So anyway, all I know is we were sent to find out some structures that have been being built. We're talking like way away from normal anything to do with Alaska. I'm talking about the northern parts, damn near all the way up to the North Pole itself. Some serious barren areas. We're talking, we were sent with equipment. We were dropped off. But the thing is, they wanted us to kind of keep everything on the down low and try to see if we could find what had been building those structures. Of course, they didn't really tell me much about the fucking Googly or the Janasqua. It was a Googly that did this to me. He says, raising up his shirt and pointing to the horrific scars along his torso. He doesn't care if anyone else sees it. He's just kind of had it that much. With this, he pulled his shirt back down. The fact is, that creature, I saw a lot more than I was willing to tell him. Because I knew they were trying to exploit something. It's what it's what the freaking council has always been about to an extent. The Brotherhood, they're elites, and they always talk about trying to be honorable and true warriors, apex predators, and all that shit. And try, even to try to help your lowers. It's a bunch of bullshit. They're out for themselves. As they always were. I simply blinded myself, hoping that they had learned from their mistakes. Well, obviously, Mr. Zelensky, that's bullshit. They haven't learned dick. But I'll get to the point, man. Sorry, I'm just rambling. I shouldn't be. They asked me what I saw, and what I told them was I didn't know. There were a couple of other guys, 2 guys that were supposed to be backup. One of them was killed. Another guy named Giles, he survived. Anyway, he was a good guy. He didn't deserve to see what he did, but he saw what I saw. It was a troop of about 4 Googly that came on us. They tore everyone to fucking bits, except for 3 scientists, as you already know, myself, and those two of, that one other guy. So anyway, I'll get to the point on that. What I saw, which saved my life, I don't know, it wasn't no cryptid that did this. This thing, well, I'm not going to say thing, I'm going to call it a man. Or as I'm concerned, it could be like my brother, if you know what I mean. I owe him my life. What I saw was a man. A big, big man, dressed in furs. Like, like animal skins, you know what I'm talking about? And we found the structures, by the way. We found the yurts, or whatever the hell they're called. We found them. But like I said, this creature, this man, a big man. How tall do you think he was? How big was he? You say he was large. Was he, beyond human? I'll tell you that. I want to say maybe 7, 8 foot tall. A big guy, I mean, I'm talking. Well, let me say something right now, okay? Are you guys knowledgeable of wrestling of any way, shape, or form? Vlad rolls his eyes. It is a guilty pleasure of mine. Yes, go on. Okay, I've been into WWE a lot of my life, even when I was a kid. I still watch this shit religiously because it's entertaining. But one of my favorite wrestlers of all time, there were 2 of them. One was Andre the Giant, right? Of course, everyone knows about him. Of course. There was another guy, his name's Paul White. The guy has acromegaly, or however it's pronounced. He has the same condition that Andre did. Big man. Not quite as tall as Andre, but pretty close. He's still very much alive and wrestling off and on. He's in good health, but he's huge. Goes by the Big, his stage name was the Giant. And of course, the Big Show is what he's most popularly known as. Real gentle dude, right? But massive. I've shook that. Like I said, I'm a real big fan of wrestling. So I've, gone backstage. I've talked with these guys. And believe me, when I saw the Big Show, Jesus Christ, man. Huge, huge. I mean, someone that's just massive. Almost as big as a Sasquatch. I've seen one of them too. Okay? Go on. Well, this creature was like that, but I would say at least 6 inches to make, because the Big Show is about 7 foot. About even. 7 foot to 7'2". This guy, I'm not gonna call him thing, this man that saved my life and the scientists and all that, he was about maybe, I want to say 6 inches taller. I want to say pretty close, maybe to even about 8 foot. But the thing is, the Big Show is wide too. Okay, he's big, he's wide. This guy was even bigger. I want to say he weighed at least. From what Uncle Alex has told me and from what I've seen, how big do you think an average Bigfoot gets? Well, I'll tell you. Your average big male alpha can get anywhere from. Sometimes they can get up to 10 foot tall. Some of them, I think the one that Uncle Alex fought and killed was bigger than that. A big, massive alpha. What, at least half a ton, if not bigger? Right? Indeed. Well, this man was not quite that big. Like I said, but he was every bit as muscular. I'm talking about a dude that must have weighed. Paul White weighed in at about 400 pounds. Give or take, even roughly, 380 to 400 pounds, right? This guy, I want to say, outweighed him by maybe twice that. You have to understand, he was wide. He wasn't just tall, he was wide, impossibly wide. And this guy moved like he could move beyond a blink. He grabbed 2 of them googly, and they were trying to tear into him, man. You got to understand something. I mean, it may look comic, you may think it might be funny, they look like some fucked up version of the Big Ape from Dragon Ball Z or something without the tail. But these things are not stupid. Some of them are even known to wear armor, which they've crafted from animals. They're smart. They're smart, just like a Bigfoot, but maybe much more in a predatory way. You understand where I'm going with this? Normal Sasquatch, I know, don't use armor. These guys did. But anyway, this big man dressed in furs, horribly scarred too. That's another thing. Stitches all over his face, all over his hands. From what we could see, every other part of him was dressed, like in these furs, right? So anyway, this big man grabbed those 2 baboon, 2 of them baboon-faced motherfuckers, And he tore them. I mean, he broke their necks like you wouldn't believe. These are things that are bigger than him. I mean, you're talking about monsters that are close to 9 foot, probably weighed, I would say, well over 1,000. You're talking about something that's bigger than a fucking Kodiak bear. I mean, I'm talking about something that could take something like that, rip it to, basically rip it to pieces like confetti. That man grabbed two of them and killed them, just dead. Drove the others away. That man also built a fire for us. I swear to God, may God strike me down otherwise, Timothy says, getting excited. That man built a fire for us, even built a small structure, at least until, damn cowards, said, shaking in anger, picked us up. They knew what was going on. They knew what they sent us to face. They knew those monsters would be there. But, well, obviously the one they were seeking, the one that saved my life, they peppered me with all kinds of questions. I didn't tell them shit, other than to fuck themselves. One of them threatened my life. Some dude, I know Uncle Alex killed him badly, and I'm not going to say that you didn't deserve it. But anyway, I'm not mentioning names. I'm deep enough. But I'll tell you this. I told them play with themselves. I don't want nothing to do with the council or nothing. As far as I'm concerned, the only decent werewolf is a dead one. Other than, of course, a couple of them. Uncle Alex, Charlie, and I guess you. I mean, I'm sorry. I know you meant well when you founded them. I understand. And I'm possibly going to have to do some hard thinking, young man. I am sorry, and I mean this from the bottom of my heart, of what was done to you. The fact that they did not, it was just bad intel, he says. Of course, I knew what to look out for, but they gave us all bad intel. They just sent us there like living, just guinea pigs. Yeah, they wanted us to find this man. I get that, but I don't understand why. You know what? I don't care. I don't want to know why. I just want to get on with my life, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do with that. I mean, first my parents, then I'm going to tell you something, young man. Yeah, what's that? Vlad speaks up. Why don't you shut up, Vlad. This is not the time. Vlad says, maybe it is. Maybe if this young man was more respected. It's at that moment there's a soft snarl. Vlaine, the man who goes by Vlad, Vlaine, who is also Vlad, grows fearful. He becomes quiet. The snarl is too soft for the human ear to hear. But he understands. And with this, Abel speaks. I understand your anger, and I promise you, there will be recompenses made. But I'm going to tell you something. And what's that? He says. I will help you. You are very dear to a man who I've been a confidant with for years. You're talking about Charlie. Indeed. Alex is a very protective man. He was going to originally try to stop me, and he might have been able to. There are few that can hurt me, but he has tremendous power. Yeah, he's about as tough as they get. So I will tell you something. After this is done, you and me are going to talk. I will find you a purpose, but it will be up to you to see if you can handle it. Right now, man, I don't know what's going to happen to me. Just hang in there. I'm going to find this man, and I will find what needs to be found. I know you do not desire answers, for it would be too traumatic for you. But in the end, maybe your mind would have changed when all is said and done. I hope so. But that's all I gotta say. Like I said, that man saved he saved my ass. And I was debating telling you shit because, I get it. You're not their biggest fan. I mean, the council, but yet in the end, you have to understand. Like I said, that man saved me. He saved my ass. He saved a lot of good people, and I'm not too keen on him being hurt. Promise me that whatever you want with this thing, man. What do you want with this guy? You won't kill him. You won't fuck him over. I promise you. Vlad looks at him, as if saying, how can he promise him that? The only thing, if I am forced to do to defend myself, would be the only time. All right, I can respect that. I've told you all I need to know, man. I'm going to go ahead and go back home. I really don't want to deal anymore with what I'm dealing with. I promise you. We will handle this at this point. And if you're seeking answers, I will give them to you. That's all I ask, man. In the northernmost parts of the Alaskan wilderness, a young woman runs. Her name is Savannah. She is terrified and very afraid. The creatures run after her. Two of them. One is obviously female. In the end, that does not make her any less terrifying and hideous. Both creatures are very hirsute, hairy, massive. The female stands about 9 foot in height. The male, at least 10. Their fur is coated with stone pebbles, which they had rolled around in. She had actually tried to shoot one of them. And true, the bullet had hit its mark. Yet in the end, she only had a 22. And they had not been strong enough to actually pierce, the makeshift armored covered hide, and which consisted of these creatures' skin. The male had growled in pain and definitely been hurt, but far from fatally, and the female had descended upon Savannah's friends and literally torn them, twitching and screaming into shreds. And then she had devoured pieces of her boyfriend right in front of her. The male, once he had gotten to his feet, had damn near killed her twice. You have to understand something. Savannah grew up very wealthy, very rich. I'm talking like not just millionaire, billionaire, one of the elites. Her family is one of the elites. Very powerful, connected family to an oil, basically the oil fields of Texas. I say this, so make no mistake, Savannah Dalton was no stranger to influence. And there have been parts of Alaska in which, her parents resided over, and as a matter of fact, she'd simply been staying, at their home when these creatures had interrupted her boyfriend, as well as, his best friend, and they're just having fun, playing games and just doing simple, fun stuff. They had actually gone out for a nice, fresh bit of winter air when the attack had happened. The Janasqua had torn everyone apart and torn down a good part of their home. Needless to say, a priceless cabin was completely, utterly annihilated. You have to understand something when it comes to a hominoid. The home is just meant to make you feel safe. It ain't gonna keep them out. Leave it at that. So, suffice to say, now she runs. She's crying to herself, begging. The male bellows in his anger as he then holds up his hand. The female halts. And with this, she growls softly, chuffing angrily. The male has a massive club in his hands. He tosses it to the female as he rubs his wounded shoulder where he'd been, pretty much where he'd been shot. She looks at him with concern. He shakes his head and gestures, and then basically basically with his finger makes like a round motion in the air. And she understands what he's saying. It means they're being watched. The male is not happy, to say the least. He is furious. True, they had actually originally been curious about the structure, as well as the people that lived within it. But then, in the end, the woman had shot him, and he decided to take his revenge by killing her friends right in front of her. One of them had actually had her scent all over him. His name was, Kyle was his name. And he had been torn to shreds by his own hand. He'd enjoyed it. His mate had had fun with the other one. It had been a very tasty and amusing, way to pass their time. They were notorious for doing this to people. Just like their every now and then allies, the googly, they would do the same damn thing. Yet in the end, there's something else. He can smell it. Something that smells like the girl. But not. He growls as if saying, "Don't move." His mate looks at him with worry, because obviously she's aware he's been hurt, and he's not really able to defend himself with the club because she has both of her hands able to work and her arms without any injuries. So therefore, she would be better able to use the club. The thing is a massive affair made of quite literally carved from heavy stone, and quite literally leather straps bind the stones together, as well as a piece of wood. Think almost like a tomahawk type of affair, but a little bit, much larger and not quite as intricate. However, it is then that a very large being steps between Savannah and the two creatures. He's smaller than they are, but he's still big. He stands pretty close to 8 foot in height, not quite, but close. He's huge. She's never seen a man this large. You can see he's human. He's dressed in furs, obviously bear furs, animal furs, different things. He growls softly, roaring in their direction. And with this, he very calmly withdraws a massive blade, a stone blade. The thing is very intricate in design. Obviously, it had been crafted by a very human mind, as well as hands. He gestures to the two, as if saying, leave or die. There is no middle ground. Leave this woman alone. She's mine. The male takes this as a challenge, as the female quickly disregards all caution. She's much taller than the scarred man that stands in front of them, and bigger. She brings that club down, intending to quite literally bash his skull right, into powder without thinking twice about it. The massive man steps to the side, and with this, his blade flashes forth, catching her right beneath her breasts, right into her organs. He twists, and with this, he grabs her by her neck and twists with his free hand. The brutal sound and savagery cannot be denied. She falls dead. He rips the blade free. The male loses it. With his uninjured arm, he slashes with razored claws coming for the scarred man's face. But the man grabs the creature's wrist. The creature, the male Googly, is huge. He stands, like I said, the female was 9 foot. He stands close to 14 to 15. And he's impossibly muscled, much more than this scarred man that's holding him back with just one hand. And with this, that knife pierces through the armored hide. Those pebbles don't stop at this time, baby. They slip into his ribs, quite literally into his heart. The creature gurgles as his eyes grow dead. And with this, the man whips out the blade and shoves the dead fiend to the ground. He spits in disgust and hatred onto the corpse. And he looks at the female and kicks her, just for good measure. Disgusting creatures.
What?
I am not going to harm you, child. There is no need to be afraid. You can speak. Of course I can speak. I can do many things. It might not seem it with my appearance, but you need not be afraid. She nods slowly. Well, what is your name, child? Out with it, he says. This is Savannah. It's Savannah Dalton. You might have even heard of my parents. Look. They have money. I don't care for your money. I can understand in your arrogance why you might think that. Yet in the end, I see a kindness in you, which few have. That is why you're living right now, he says, looking around. Are there any more of those things? Of the Janasqua? No. They are filthy creatures. The ones in the past, before they were corrupted. By either inbreeding, or only God himself knows what. Many of them were noble. Their leaders had integrity. Now it's as if the very spirit of the earth itself, I believe, has become troubled. Leave it at that. What's your name? She says fearfully. I go by Warren. Warren Cronin. That is my name. You say your name's Savannah. That is a very lovely name. You're a very lovely girl. Relax. I have no need of such things. I have about as much use for that as you do your money.
You can't be.
Human? I am. I'm as human as you are. In some ways less, maybe more. I'm much older than you can imagine. I've been tracking these two for some time. They had already killed 5 of the indigenous people that live in this area. Most of them are good, decent individuals. I've traded with them many times. One of them even patched me up when I'd been injured. She was a healer, a very knowledgeable woman. She was one of the ones they killed. It was the least that I owed her. And with this, he very calmly holds up a hand for her to be quiet. And with this, he very calmly reaches into the snow. And he pulls out a large, pretty much similar to that of a flask. And with this, she realizes that he had obviously stashed it there. I had been standing here roughly 5 minutes before you came running in my direction, child. They have to be burned. There is no other way. And with this, he pours the oil over their bodies. It takes at least a couple of hours, but by this time, he'd taken off the massive parka of furs in which he'd worn. He's now bare-chested. He draped it over her body so she wouldn't freeze to death. He burns the bodies of the Janasqua without any shame or hesitation. It is sad to see what these creatures have become. They're every bit as feral as the Gugwe.
What the hell is that?
A creature that you would not believe existed unless you saw it.
You kidding? I can barely believe those things exist.
What happened to your friends? Warren asks her.
They were... My boyfriend, his name was Kyle. We were just enjoying ourselves. His friend and my friend was named Jeremy. They were not bad, you know. Kyle especially. He was a good guy. He didn't deserve... I know my parents didn't approve of him, but it doesn't matter. He always treated me with respect and decency, and they just killed him. Like,
you shot one of them, didn't you?
What did you expect me to do? I mean, it was just, all I had was a .22, I know, but...
You pissed her off. You pissed him off. I can see that. I see the wound in his shoulder. Normally I would say that you were a fool. But actually you were braver than most. Of course, you would not understand the fact that these creatures, they're known as the stony-skinned ones for good reason.
Is that...
No. That is not part of their natural skin. They tend to roll around in the dirt. It gets caked in their hair and their skin. And it gives them the stony hair. It gives them the appearance of having stone skin. But that is lies. I've killed enough to know. Back during my younger days, I would trade with them. But as I said, their later generations became corrupted, perverted. I do not know, even to this day, what has caused it. But they are, as many times the Inuit would say, out of balance. There are many other tribes I've come across. The Inuit do not usually live this far inland. But that was a term they would use, out of balance. More corrupted than good. The Gugwe, I believe, may have had a hand in that. Cannibalism has always been part of their forte, yet in the end, not like now. It is as if they're devolving. Yet maybe in the end, we're all animals.
Who are you really?
You are warmed. Good. The bare-chested man says. His chest is impossibly muscular. His long, thick hair tied back, and you can see the scars. They're obviously like stitch-type scars, where he'd obviously been sewn together. Like a lot of his arms, his fingers, and his wrists.
Oh my God. That's not possible.
The man smirked slightly. Come.
I have a cave here. Not far. I have a structure built, but it is too far to reach by nightfall. And you will not last, not as you are. If exposure doesn't kill you, then hypothermia will. I have food prepared, or soon to be prepared. Caribou, while difficult at times to hunt, they're insanely fast, but a well-aimed blow, or at times a spear or a club, it matters little. Even bow and arrow can be good to bring them down. You just have to know where to hit, as well as the timing. But the meat will easily fill your belly. And I will tell you who I am. You're awful trusting, she says. It is not that. I can tell. Usually, how can I say this the best way? I can usually tell what is in the heart of a person just by being around them. You have a good spirit. Few do. And maybe it is time that I finally actually shared a story in which I have not shared in well over 70 years. You can't be that old. But you said it yourself. You said I was impossible. I think you have an inkling of who I am. Come. I will not harm you, but I need you to relax. He picks her up and sets her on his shoulder, and he runs as fast as he can, without dropping her, to the cave. He sets her down. She's shivering. And with this, he very calmly hands her, a bear fur, which is dry. Wrap yourself in that. Take your clothing off. She looks at. Relax, I told you. I have use for that as well as I do your money. But unfortunately, there is no privacy here. You must undress, or else your clothing could very well kill you. It holds the moisture of the cold, as well as the water, which is condensated into your clothing. If you don't take that stuff off, you will freeze to death. I have a fire right there. Change. The man actually looks away from her. She nods appreciation, and she strips, and she wraps the heavy fur around herself. I'm sorry, I don't mean to. No, it is all right. You must understand, the time in which I was born, if you want to say that, was a much different time than now. It is a time that I miss. Women were different then. You might say, in some ways, uptight, but I can understand why they were. It is something that I have never known. What do you mean? A woman's touch? He chuckles lightly. But in the end, I cannot blame them. For obvious reasons, he says, chuckling. He very calmly pulls on another coat, which he had stored away in the cave. I know this frightens you. I cannot blame you. Look, I appreciate what you're doing. I don't know how I can't offer you. I simply desire for you to listen to me. Someone to talk to. And when the time comes, I will return you to civilization. But right now, we're going nowhere. She nods slowly. And with this, he very calmly, and after cooking the meat of the caribou in which he killed, he's long since skinned it and all that, with a massive knife, he very calmly hands her a piece. She takes it gratefully and chews silently. Now, take your time, eat your fill, and then we'll talk. She does so. And with this she asks, who are you? I mean, obviously, you said it yourself. You ain't quite human, but you are. And them things, what were they, like Bigfoot or something? There are many types of such creatures that are known as the Sasquatch. Most of them are noble beings. But there are two up here in the north, as well as other parts of the United States, which are more savage than most. The most numerous of these fiends will be the Googwe, massive creatures, about the same size as the female that I killed. They're males, but much larger of build. They are creatures which have evolved in a different way.
I am not going to say they are truly evil. They are primal. I do not despise them as much as I have come to despise the Genasqua. And there is a reason for that. The Gugwi are primal, yes, and they do terrible things. But they have always been apex predators. They are an offshoot of the Sasquatch. They are designed to hunt and to kill. That is what they do. It is the Genasqua in which I despise. And why is that? I don't understand. Why the double standard? Good question. They once were they have always been primal and vicious in their own way, especially towards those who were intruders to their territory. Didn't matter, man, woman, child. I can understand that, actually. For I, at one time, was like that. During my younger years. But something has changed them. I believe it is interbreeding and different things. The Gugwi far outnumber the Genasqua. Now, as you could probably figure, a Gugwi is no match for such creatures. And they indeed are a nuisance, just like the dog-headed ones. But what? That's another story for another time, child. Thank God for small favors, they are rare here. The Gugwi keep their numbers down. The Genasqua, at least during the old times, at least during the times in which I had first settled here, they would at least at times drive away the Gugwi to protect the natives in which they had rare dealings with. But now, it is as if, I do not know. Part of me wonders if maybe they have even bred with the Gugwi, because there have been odd variants. That female, which I killed, I believe, was one of them. You saw her face. The woman nods. Yeah, it was almost like a baboon. Exactly. I've never been to Africa. And yet I've heard many strange stories of the wonderful creatures that live there. I believe that is accurate of what you describe. So I believe interbreeding, as well as other things, have made them truly horrific. I've seen them do sick things to people. Not long ago, there was an expedition looking for me. I can guarantee that much. Why would they be looking for you? I will tell you in time. But either way, the fools had no idea what they were in for. A small band of Gugwi killed them. I saved who I could, but in the end, I'm hoping he survived, but I do not know. I do know that some of his comrades picked him up, and I do believe that it was me that they were seeking. I build many structures in these parts. I do not really have any need to hide. It's not what I do. I've lived here long enough. Why should I? It may be in my own arrogance. I should be more careful. That's understandable, but how long have you been living out here? Over 2 centuries, the man says. Then, stop me if I'm wrong, but I remember reading a book. It was a damn good one. I can't remember the woman's name who wrote it, but she was good, and it was Frankenstein in the flesh. She tenses. You gotta be kidding. You see before you a man that stands just 2 inches short of exactly 8 foot tall. And I weigh the better part of, I would say, 920 pounds. It has been my weight for roughly, well, all my life. So yes, what about me cannot be believed, he says, chuckling. And with this, she says, amazing. I understand you should feel like you should be grieving, but that will come in time. Maybe it is your excitement that has made me desire to share this. I feel like I can trust my secret with you. After all, I just feel that I can. So tell me about your parents. Who are they that I should be so enamored by them? She laughs softly. They ain't bad people. They're just real stuck up, arrogant. Daddy especially. He's just... I don't know how to explain it. He just doesn't get it. Not everyone in the world's like him, or
our mama. There's actually decent people out there. Not everyone's out to get you. The way I was back then, if you've read anything in that silly book. It was fairly accurate in my existence back then. You are aware of the things I have done. Well, you obviously saved my life, and I think if you was going to do something, you would have done it by now. Indeed, indeed. He says, eating some of the meat himself, before he finally puts it to the side. This will last me roughly a few more hours, and then I will have to hunt again. My metabolism, it is strange. I can last for many, many months without even a bite to eat. Yet my hunger, it's always there. My metabolism is strange like that. But then, of course, that is the nature of my creation. Your parents sound a lot like my father. But then, of course, I gave him good reason to be paranoid. So was Victor the asshole that he was in the book? He's surprised by this. Look, I understand. You did some bad stuff. I mean, really bad stuff. But you kind of had a reason. Warren is surprised by this. His eyes soften as he then says, "You're the first that has ever told me this. But I must unfortunately speak in defense of my father. Yes, he did terrible things in my creation. And yes, he was given horrific knowledge, terrible knowledge, evil knowledge, in which I resent him to this day for making me. But that knowledge corrupts. It has corrupted all of man, and whom have dared stumble upon it. What kind of knowledge are you talking about? I will not say too much, for it would endanger you. But I will say this. The woman who wrote that book was named Mary Shelley. Yeah, that's right, that was her name. The lovely blonde says. Your excitement, it is refreshing to me. With this, she actually smiles softly, relaxing, feeling safe in this massive being's presence. So you're really, well, you're sure as hell no monster, but you know what I mean. Frankenstein's creation, yes. Victor Frankenstein truly existed. He did. He was not pure evil, despite what you may think. Was he selfish? Yes. Exceedingly so. But in the end, it matters little. The book was based off of my father's notes. He kept massive amounts of writing. And then, of course, most of those in dramatic history have always been almost obsessed with that, which is understandable. Record keeping is so important for anyone's culture. Maybe especially my own. She nods slowly. You don't have a German accent or anything like that. Me living here, I've long since lost such things. It used to be very heavy, extremely so, as a matter of fact. But as I said, I've adapted to to living here, especially among the indigenous tribes. So how'd you learn English? I knew that from the get-go. She nods slowly. I don't know too much when it comes to that of languages, but I do know a smattering of Blackfoot, as well as the tongue of the indigenous folk, mainly the Inuit, as well as different tribes that I have come in contact with. I also know French and Spanish fairly fluent. That's pretty impressive. Hell, I can barely even learn. I couldn't even learn Pig Latin, she says. Indeed, I understand. But yes, my father kept meticulous notes. And I believe it was those notes in which the idiots in whom I was able to barely save any of their numbers were seeking. What would you have done if they found them? I would have had to stop them, he says sadly. You mean kill them? The knowledge in which those notes possess lead to something more important and much more sinister. The only reason I tell you this is because I know you will keep the secrets in which I have told you. I need to try to at least find Kyle's body and Jeremy's too. I don't I don't know if I can, but the man shakes his head. I do not know if I can help you with that. Besides, especially if the Googway got a hold of them. What do you mean by the Googway? I mean, they aren't the ones that were. They're also known as the Eaters of the Dead, he says, not letting her finish. The Googway are very well known to follow the Genasqua after a hunt. They're scavenger beings as well as predators. You have to understand that. My God, you mean, most likely you will not find your friends where you left them. I'm sorry, but that is simply how it is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to let you rest, at least for now, and then I will decide what to do with you. She tenses when she hears him say that. I'm not going to harm you, nor am I going to do anything to you, nor am I going to make you stay with me, no. What I mean by this is, or I will drop you off. I cannot keep you here. You don't have physically what it takes, and you sure as hell don't have the discipline. You are not spoiled, I can see that. But at the same time, you have been pampered. While that is not necessarily a bad thing, the lifestyle in which I live, you could not handle that. She nods understandingly. I'm pretty sure my parents have, I don't know, how long has it been? I would say at least, 24, 48 hours? How long are you gonna... I'm going to try to at least keep you with me another day and a half. It might be longer, you have to understand this. Because, by appearance, you also understand that many seek my life, as well as what I possess. Of course. Look, I owe you my life. I understand that. But you also must understand, there are those who might be connected to your parent. You see, they're wealthy among the elites, which might desire what I hold. So therefore, I have to be careful. You must understand this. I'm sorry, I do not offer you a choice when it comes to this, because both of our lives can be threatened, even if you are willing to hold my secrets. Of course. And with this, the grief actually hits her. The realization she's lost, a man she loved deeply, as well as one of her best friends. Kyle, she says, oh my God. The man very calmly stands. And with this, he walks away. But before he does, he says, go ahead and expel your grief. It is needed, and it will help you heal. I will leave you to your privacy to mourn. I understand your pain, child, more than you know. She nods gratefully as he leaves her. Abel and Vlaine had originally planned on simply hopping right onto a plane and heading to those coordinates. In the end, they've decided to wait. 2 weeks have passed, and one thing and then the other is kind of just, what would be one obstacle, maybe like a flight not actually being able to touch down properly and having to divert, or just simple frustrations. It's not a matter of money, it's a matter of getting there. Understand, you're near the North Pole here, folks. It's not easy just to, how can I say this? You're not just going to necessarily fly by United Airlines, in my drift. It's a matter of finding the right people, the right connections, everything. And you would think it would be pretty simple for, both men who are, have no small amount of money to flash around if they desired. However, 2 weeks pass, and Vlaine, was being Vlad Tepes Dracula, sits at a tavern. Both men had actually found no small amount of food. Many, let's leave it at this, more than one meth head, as well as a couple of assholes in the city of Anchorage, had decided to try to push their luck. In the end, they wound up as food. Leave it at that. Vlad himself has definitely enjoyed a couple of brawls as well as a couple of hard-fought-and-won meals, especially for himself. Abel, on the other hand, while he does require blood, because he's half werewolf, he can actually, any vampire can actually feed on like real raw meats, especially one of the first three. But, needless to say, they still need blood. Abel is actually able to exist on a longer period, even months if need be, without pure blood. So to him, it's not a problem. He simply eats a very rare steak, quite literally bloody. The
The waitress looks at him with appreciation for his appearance and disgust for his appetite. Dracula simply looks at her. She blushes lightly because, Tepish does have charisma, but there's a predatory look in his eyes that scares the shit out of her. She quickly runs off. It is funny. Women cannot truly appreciate what I have to offer. You mean being screwed to death, or impaled in one way or the other? And I don't mean in the good way. Your sense of humor is not amusing, Vlaine says, despite chuckling. It is very frustrating. I grow tired of this, Abel. Now I understand one thing or the other stands in our way at times, but we have been stuck in this infernal city for at least 3 days. I understand. I grow tired of it as well. You know as well as I do. That storm out there is not going to just go away. It was a wave of my hand. Or yours, despite what the books say. Indeed, Vlad says, rolling his eyes. Take a look. What do you mean? Take a look. There's a noose. Now with this, Vlaine speaks. Woman! The waitress says, my name is Sarah, thank you very much. Sarah, whoever, whatever. Turn up the television. His eyes narrow and meet her own. She feels compelled to actually do that, despite her offense at his words. Thank you. Now go. Whatever it is you do. And with this, Abel says, your manners have not increased with age, and they probably never will. But listen, that's fat American. He's offering money. And with this, the man's voice across the news broadcast booms quickly across to the TV. He is heavy, very fat, actually, but obviously wealthy at the same time. Do you know who that man is? Of course, Michael Blake Dalton. Who does not know of him? Exactly. And with this, the man says, look, I'm willing to offer. I don't care how much amount of money you want from me. You can have everything. I just want my daughter back. Please, whoever has taken her, whoever has harmed her, please don't hurt her any further. Whatever it is you want, I will pay for it. Please, don't harm her. The man's obviously near tears. Vlad shakes his head in disgust. It is funny. Now I understand his grief, make no mistake. But usually he would be barking orders at anyone who he considered lesser. It is not like we would have been any different. But here's the thing, my dear Abel. Despite your hypocrisy at times, you are just as I in this one way. We were both come from a time. Who came first is a matter of debate. It matters little. But you know exactly what I say. We come from a time when men were men. True warriors. Those who had power, like you and me. True. I ruled. And of course you have with the council. But our word was law. But it was not simply because we were rich and arrogant. True, we were both of those things and still are at times. But we back up what we say. I myself have slain my enemies in the field of battle. I personally have lifted a man and impaled him, just as he deserved. I would not ask my soldiers to do this. Of course there would be so many people that I desire this done to. But you know damn well what I mean. You yourself pillaged, burned. You did things that, of course, were reprehensible in our eyes now. But you know damn well what I mean. Of course, this man is a flabby, arrogant bastard. But in the end, I understand his pain, and he is willing to pay almost top dollar. And the fact is, she is that girl Savannah. I have a strong feeling she is still alive. You have to be mad. You know as well as I do what roams in the area where she got lost. She is in the exact area we are desiring to go ourselves. And we both know the dangers, even as powerful as we are.
Of course, I understand that. But you must understand, Vlad, that this is an opportunity. A very deep opportunity. What? We already have money. We already... This man has connections. Do you not understand? If we find out where his daughter, Vince, and then, and only then, I believe when she is found, whether she be alive or dead, and we give this man the answers that he seeks. This man has access to wealth and knowledge, at least the connections to such things. You are every bit as power-hungry as you have always been, Abel, you hypocrite, he says, smirking. Perhaps. Perhaps. But maybe it's simply the fact that I think he can help us, at least with financial. As the fact is, even with the wealth that we have, I could at this moment take a few days, but you and me both, we could easily hire a contingency of men to easily, quite literally, have us airshipped out to that area. And with these men, we would be able to take care of any that came in our way. But you have to understand something. It would still get back to the council. And this is something I do not desire to happen. That man, I'm pretty sure in his own way, is connected to them. Just about everyone of power is. That is where you are wrong. In fact, I know personally who he is connected to. I know the one who has also offered him a lot of her funding for many of her own affairs to be taken care of. Vlad narrows his eyes, trying to understand where Abel is actually going with this. No, not her. But yes, her. She will help us. Of course, but there's a reason you did not want to go to her with this in the first place. Right? I said she would not come with us, but that does not mean she would not help us. She sees things in a very different ways than we do. But I believe if I explained everything, she would be pissed that I did not ask for her company. Yet in the end, I think she would understand why. He means a pathetic mortal. I would advise you to be careful with that one. She is capable of killing either one of us without too much of a problem. I know for a fact you could finish her. And I would probably be able to at least prove somewhat of a fight. Indeed, but you know damn well it is not worth all that. Stop the... He then says this. Candid armor. No one needs it. Lane actually not agreement. And with this, Mirrodin Triculos answers the phone. Who is this? And you better have a very good answer. Not very... Of course, there's only one person I'd like to know who would not exactly go around carrying a cell phone, but memorize your number. Ack. You know, I am on a date right now. You can wait. You better have a good reason. That's all I'm going to say. You can hear David saying, everything all right? On the other side, on the other end of the line. Aye, I think it is fine. Well, who is it? It's important we can wait. We may have to, that's fine, but... The young man who now runs a carpentry business. Actually by his own training as well as his own funding. That's one thing between him and David and Mirrodin. They actually live separate lives, despite the fact they're, very, very much involved with each other. It has kept them both sane, leave it at that. And with this, Abel speaks. I understand, and I am sorry to interrupt. David is a fine young man. I have only talked with him once, and he has my respect. But I need your help, and this is genuine, not something just trivial. All right, I will talk to you in 2 hours with this number, and if you call me again, I will not help you at all. Do you understand? Perfectly. And with this, she hangs up. Vlad looks irritably to Abel. I told you. Damn arrogant woman. Indeed. But Again, I think I would have reacted very similarly. Maybe. Vlad has to conceal that.
And with this, 2 hours later, Abel, they're still actually at the diner, relaxing and simply watching, the sports and all that that's playing through, on the televisions and all that, which are on the walls of the place. Vlad himself was actually entertained. Surprisingly, the man does enjoy American football quite a bit. And with this, Abel answers the phone, the burner phone that he was using. He very calmly answers it. Ah, it is so glad to hear from you.
Cut the shit, Abel. What is it you're wanting?
I need your help. I need you to talk with a man. I need you to get what you know from him. His daughter has been missing for at least, a week and a half, 2 weeks. Maybe, just maybe we are looking for the same thing.
You want what he has to offer, don't you?
Of course. You know as well as I do that one cannot simply pay one's own funds. At times with some money out of his own pocket when there is no funds.
Things getting tight for you, eh?
Not to that extreme. But I desire his help, and I desire to keep the council's business out of mine, even though I have total access to their accounts. This is personal. It is a debt that I feel needs to be paid by my own hand.
I understand. I take it you're talking about Dalton? I'll talk with him. And that is all I can tell you. But I want to know what's going on. I need to know that much. You have to understand. My own interests are tied with his.
Of course. I'm seeking the creature, the monster of legend.
There are many monsters of legend up there in Alaska, Abel. You're going to have to be a wee bit more specific.
The one that is not a cryptid, but a man.
Frankenstein's creature. Aye. That is one I've heard of. Well, I've may interacted with. Those who usually go seeking him die. You are aware of that. And I do not know if you'd be able to take him. He has taken down many cryptids without even sweating a blink. If from what I've heard is true.
I'm very aware of the chance I am taking. But I also think that maybe what has happened. The girl could be dead. I'm very aware of this, but it happened at the same location, almost to the exact millimeter of the coordinates in which I was given. Something happened with the council. They sent out a young man. A good young man. I owe him answers. They set him up. They thought him expendable.
And who was he?
Who was he tied to? I'm pretty sure you remember Alex, do you not?
Of course. He's a good man. A very good man.
It was the one that was his, like a son. The closest thing he can have to a son. Since no werewolf can truly bear children, just like neither of us could.
I understand. All right, since you're telling me what's going on, and maybe you can get what this man's looking for, you are aware, if you do not find his daughter, there might be problems.
I'm fairly sure that you will be able to, I promise you, I will do whatever I can. But there might be dead ends. You have to understand this.
Aye, as long as you do your part, I will do mine. But you must understand, this man is very powerful, and while he can be dealt with, he has been very beneficial to me and my own. Tread lightly with this, Abel.
I promise you, I shall, but I need his information.
Better yet, I'll patch it to him.
And with this, someone else cuts in on the line. Obviously, this is a multi-conference kind of thing going off your cell phones. And with this, the man says, "Who is this?"
I would advise you to show some respect, Mr. Dalton.
Mistriculous. Look, I'm sorry, I didn't...
Hush. I may have someone who can help you find your daughter. I want you to tell him the details, as well as offer whatever you can for him. If not, then that is your loss.
And look, I trust you implicitly. You've had my back more than once. I mean, I get it, you know. I mean, I'm just a good old boy from Texas, maybe a little luckier than most, but I got it. He says, the kowtowing of this man disgusts Abel, but in the end, he can understand. And with this, he says, all right, what should I call you? Just call me Abel. That is all you need to know. I am actually in Anchorage now. I am needing help. All right, what are you needing? Me and a friend, we both have experience. A lot of experience in getting to the point of things. We have experience with hunting, and we ourselves are not short on resources. That's all good, but what are you wanting from me? I simply need someone who you may be able to hire. It will take at least 2 to 3 days for us to get to the area which you're seeking. You must understand how large this state is, of course. All right, let's say I can get you a pilot, maybe even a plane. What then? I will try to find her. You have to be aware, I might not find anything, but I'm going to try. I'm the best at what I can do. And what I mean by this is, there are no better trackers than me. I believe it. Miss Trickler's vouches for you. I got you. Now, tell me. Well, first off, what else you wanting from me? I mean, I don't know how much I can... I mean, I'll pay you anything. Right now, money is not a concern. There are 2 things which may coincide with the other. You are simply helping me with this goal. If you understand, the only thing I ask is for a pilot and a plane. And then, I promise you, I will do my part in order to possibly find your daughter. My own reasons are my own. Now, I can always take this offer. No, I got you. All right. We have some property, not too way up north. I have a cabin. It's in Barrow, Alaska. We're talking like north as north gets. I mean, we have some property out there. There was a couple of oil fields that we kind of had some contracts with, but that's how it is. Well, it's so beautiful out there, we decided to kind of build some property. And my daughter, she had a fellow that I wasn't too keen on, but he was actually a decent kid in the end, I guess. And another friend named Jeremy. Boyfriend's name was Kyle. Now, the thing is, the kid was not quite what I thought was good enough for my little girl. I'll tell you right now, never thought I'd be doing this, like sticking up for the little bastard, but he didn't have a bad bone in his body. I just didn't think he was good enough for her. I know for a fact he would have taken a bullet for her. You know what I mean? So, I can tell you right now, if something went down, they would have had to get past him. And, like I said, they found where the cabin's at, it was bad. A lot of it was torn apart by something that, I don't know. There weren't no tracks, which is surprising. I mean, you'd think the damage, I can tell you right now, whoever did the damage was able to cover their tracks. They're not stupid. What are you saying? What the hell could have gotten my daughter? I will simply tell you this, that I personally will find out. And I do not believe it is a what, but a who. I will get her back for you. But you must be patient. And I need the pilot and that plane. Because there are areas farther north, and especially with the storm as it is now, I'm going to need what you can provide. It will take at least 2 or 3 days from what you have said. Unfortunately, yeah. Good. We will find your answers. Do you think you can find her alive? I do not know. But I promise I will try. You don't know how much this means to me, mister. Just send me what is needed, and I will do my part. And with this, he says, I desire to talk with Miss Draculos now. Yeah, of course. You can see your way out, Mr. Dalton. She hangs up on him.
Just because I have to deal with him does not mean I'm his biggest fan, if you get my drift. I can see where a man such as him has invaluable resources. He is actually not a bad fella. Just his sniveling and all that, it gets on me nerves. I do not like men like that. I never have. I am very aware, he says under his breath. I heard that, you know. Of course you did. I will find him. He says this, I will find her, and I will find possibly what else we both know that I am seeking. You have that damn thing to start with. She means the Necronomicon. She gets the point. You had that thing before. I understand what you're saying by a dex. But if you can find a way to destroy that fucking thing, please do so. That thing has no business. Especially with what it could potentially awaken. I am very aware that certain things need to be left lying. But I am not sure. If there's a monster which Frankenstein brought into this world, and I know that is what it is, and what this idiots in the council sought, I promise you, I will not be foolish like I was last time. You need to promise yourself that it is not me that you wronged. I am aware. Just take care of your business, Abel. And promise me you will try to destroy it. I give you my word. If not, then it shall be put somewhere where it will never, ever be found. I'm holding you to that. She hangs up on him. So we got a plane. We have a plane. Vlad smirks and the two high-five. Savannah begins to grow restless. By this time, of course, Warren has long since taken her to one of the, his true shelters. She's comfortable there. He's even actually been able to cut strips of fur and leather and, hide and all that for her to wear as clothing. It's comfortable, and she actually is more cooperative than he realized. And with this, she finally asks, because by this time, close to 2 weeks have passed. Look, I trust you. I know that things are kind of, especially with those hunters that damn near found you. I get it. I don't want you to get hurt, but I do not know, the man says, genuinely open with her. He doesn't hide anything. As a matter of fact, there's become a very powerful bond between the two. She still mourns Kyle deeply, as well as her friend Jeremy. She's very deeply in pain over it. But she also misses her parents, yet in the end, she truly has grown fascinated by this being before her. I'm not going to say like a attractive, like that kind of attraction, but definitely a very powerful, powerful bond. She sees him as her protector. She sees him as her friend. Something you have to understand something. Savannah Dalton was always, she grew up beautiful. That's one thing that was never a doubt. I mean, we're talking just damn near movie star gorgeous. Her mom was a professional model. Her father is, an oil tycoon or oil baron. He's an arrogant asshole, but he's overall deep down, he can actually be sniveling in some cases, but overall, he's a good man. She knows this. And she understands that while he hides behind that facade of silliness, she basically knows he's a very brilliant genius, damn near. Especially in the ways of working, business, economics, as well as how, just the oil business works. The woman knows, she has his intelligence, is my point. She's razor sharp in the mind. And she, of course, has her mama's looks. So make no mistake, Savannah Dalton is no fool. And she knows when she's being lied to or played. And Warren has been nothing but open to it. Because either she would intimidate every man she came across, or they would try to take advantage of her because of her looks. Kyle was just a regular dude. He actually was a young man that worked for her father. And what I mean by a young man that worked for her dad is actually the dude was a freaking landscaper of all things. Just a good kid. And based on the fact his father, her father didn't approve of him, it kind of made him more of a forbidden fruit. But when she grew to know the man, he was open, honest, loving with her. Just treated her decently. Unlike even her friends would, because they'd always either try to cozy up with her because of, the name she had or the money or whatever reason, It was kind of, she felt like she had even with female friends, she was like a trophy, But Kyle had been open with her. Jeremy, who was Kyle's friend, had also been kind of, he was actually a decent guy. He wasn't trying to get in her pants. He flirted with her a couple of times, but Kyle quickly said, nah, stop that shit. And the dude did. Both guys were worthy of respect. One worthy of being a lover, the other, a friend. No one had ever been so open with her. You have to understand what I'm trying to get across here. However, this creature, this thing that should be legend, she doesn't mean thing like in a negative way, just she can't really describe any other way to call him. He's more than human. And as he says in his own words, he believed himself to be less, but she wants to tell him he's so much more. He saved her life, he sheltered her, expected nothing in return, just for her to listen to him. And the stories and the experiences in which he's told her, she can't help but marvel at him. She literally has been living for the last 2 weeks with Frankenstein's freaking monster. And of course, she herself is a hopeless romantic. And of course, Warren is amused by this, but it also makes him push her that much further away. Because he himself, he's lived a hard life. He doesn't believe in fairy tales. He has no time for it. But he does care for her deeply. He sees her almost as a daughter that he never had. And Savannah, of course, knows this. And it kind of is a relief, but also off-putting at the same time. But not in the way you would think. She's dealt with enough with her father trying to protect her. She wants to try to prove herself. But in the end, she understands. So Warren answers her. Right now, I don't know. I'm sure your father has sent men to try to find you. That kind of worries me, she says. What do you mean? Well, he has connections with many kinds of people. One of them was a lady that kind of scared me. I mean, a beautiful woman, real tall. I mean, hell, I'm like, 5'3"? She was too tall, but I wouldn't have mind being a good 5'7", 5'8". She says it's blathering on like a, typical, teenager or a young girl. But she gets to the point quickly. But the thing is, yeah, she was a little tall, but there was something else about her. It's like she wasn't human. What do you mean by that? He says, raising her brow. Well, she was real pale. She was never out in the sun. My dad never talked to her like in daylight or anything. I mean, yeah, sometimes she was around, but never outside. It was always inside or at night. I mean, we're talking like real Anne Rice material here. Oh, Lord, child. You're definitely a breath of fresh air. Well, you can stop laughing when I'm done telling you this. He rolls his eyes. Very well. Continue. Well, she was a redhead. I mean, I'm talking like, like Irish redhead. You know what I mean? I'm talking from the Isles. I'm talking like literally from the Emerald Isle. I mean, she sounded like she was right out of Scotland or Ireland. One of the two. I mean, look, history and geography weren't exactly my best friends. I kind of went after my daddy, math, different things. Learn how the industry works, that kind of thing. That always fascinated me. The rest of it, I understand. You were raised according to what you were expected to learn. Yet in the end, naturally, you have your father in you. It's only natural you would learn or desire to learn his interests within reason. I have some of my father in me as well. Well, I think it's a little different with you. Indeed. The woman you described, I know her. And she indeed is not human. What? How can... I need you to listen to me. Just because I am what I am does not mean I do not have knowledge of the outside world around me. I do not know her personally, but I do know of her. My father, Victor, actually had interacted with her more than once. She is one of the first 3 vampires. She is very old and very, very influential. What you told me of your father makes sense. And with this, he very calmly holds up a shattered device. It was obviously what's left of her cell phone. These devices, cell phones I believe they're called. I would have let you use this had it not been destroyed. Yeah, of course. I dropped it, and, when I was running, and of course, I am sorry that it was either me or one of those creatures that stepped on it, but in the end, it matters little. It's ruined. So there's no way to fix it. Nothing. I do not have that kind of knowledge. You have to understand something. There's a reason I hid away from man for so long and had interactions with a few people here and there. She nods slowly. Yeah, of course. You've been hunted for this entire time, and what exactly is it that, if I'm going to be with you for at least a couple more days before I can, before you can drop me off, especially, I know we had a couple of guys looking for you. Do you think they were hunting you? No. They were simply hunting caribou, most likely poaching, but in the end, as long as they were not trying to harm me, I would not have dealt with them. She shudders when she hears him say that. You have to understand something. I do not just have to protect myself now. You are under my watch as well. I appreciate that, but the idea of killing anything, I didn't have a choice with those things, but I understand. And with this, he tenses. What's wrong? We're not alone. What are you saying? Shh. There's two of them. No, there's three. And with this, everything happens in a shower of snow. Clawed hand rips through the leather hide of the yurt, which is their shelter, and grabs forth, grabbing Savannah quite literally by the scruff. The makeshift parka that she's wearing, and she's ripped out of the tent. Warren does not hesitate. The girl struggles, violently, screaming, clawing at the creature that has grabbed her. But then a massive taloned hand grabs her face and quite literally muffles her screams. Deep, razor-sharp talons slicing deep into the muscle of her lovely face, leaving scars that will never fade. Warren springs into action. The other two creatures are not quite as big as the alpha, but they are vicious enough. They both roar in his direction, two massive baboon-faced creatures. One has a massive spear. Warren quickly dodges to the side, grabbing the spear and ripping it from the spear holder's hands. And in the same movement, the spear, which is made of flint, is raked across the Googly's throat. He roars and gurgles and falls. The other one, which has a stone axe, reaches forth and actually slams the axe into Warren's shoulder. He howls in pain and anger as he grabs the much larger creature, which is slashing for his face. The claws actually make contact, ripping some of the stitches and scars of his face wide open. But Warren very viciously digs his own hands, both of his hands, because he's been forced to drop the axe. He digs both of his hands, the strength of his grip, pressing his nails into the throat and the flesh of the googly. And with this, he tears out with his bare fingers the throat of the beast, whose claws have raked him open. He throws the carcass with such force into the alpha, which is grabbed a struggling, screaming Savannah into that creature, knocking the creature loose as well as her out of its grasp. She falls into the snow as Warren very calmly picks up that spear which had fallen to the ground. He snarls angrily as the creature bellows in rage and springs to its feet. The alpha rushes forth, the googly, his massive jaws open, trying to bite into the man's face. But Frankenstein's monster is too strong. He grabs that spear and quite literally slams the edge into its shoulder, sending the creature back into the snow, to the ground. And with this, he sets to work, grabbing his hands in the upper and lower baboon-like jaws of this creature, and with a sickening crack, he wrenches them apart, killing him instantly. And with this, he looks to Savannah, who's just shaking. She's too shocked. She's pretty much too much in shock to even try to cry right now.
She's just horrified. He very calmly bundles her up. And with this, he looks around. He realizes, he sniffs the air. There is no one here. No one at all. And with this said, he takes her back inside. She awakens with a scream. Warren, I'm here. What? Those were Googly, he says. She realizes that his fresh wounds are still caked with blood, but for the most part they've healed. I heal faster than most. I see that. Oh my God, she feels to her face, which has obviously been stitched at this time. I used what I could to try to alleviate the pain. I can't feel nothing. Oh my God, what the hell have they... I'm sorry, he says truthfully. She laughs bitterly. You and me are matching set, ain't we? Your humor at times amuses me, but this... I will wait no longer. You cannot stay here. Please, don't. You just saved my life twice. Please. I don't... Please, I just don't know if I can handle... You have to go back. I understand we formed a fairly strong bond, but I cannot allow any more to happen to you. Partially with my own selfishness in keeping you as long as I have, but this cannot be allowed. I'm sorry. And with this, she tries to protest, but he very calmly sets her back on the bed, pushing her. She falls asleep, just mumbling to herself. And with this, he closes his eyes. He knows now. He had lied to her when he said there was no one else watching. But he knows the stench of vampires too well. The pilot yells back to his two passengers. You know, Mr. Dalton paid me a shitload of money to drop you two off. You know, that old cabin. I'm hoping you two know what the fuck you're doing. You ain't one to take kindly to failure. Wake me up when we get there, fool. Vlaine snarls from his seat. The guy who stands by the door of the plane wants to say, hey man, show some respect. But it's Abel that speaks softly. I would advise you to shut your mouth before it opens. I am tired and very hungry. What do you mean by that? I think he's saying for us both to shut up. And I think maybe we need to. We'll be there in about maybe 30 minutes. That shall work very fine. At least for me. You do not need to worry. We will find his daughter. You have my word on that. We will not come out of there at all. At least not with any assistance from you. I can respect that. All right. Benny, get that door ready. And with this, once they are over the cabin, several thousand feet up, of course. All right, you boys ready? Got any parachutes or anything? We don't need them. What? What? Opens the door. I grow tired, Vlaine snarls. You gotta tell me twice. The man opens the door, and both men jump out. The man who held the door open looks and sees both men turn to monstrous bats, flying down, descending. What the hell did I just see? Whatever it is, I ain't want nothing to do with it. If they can help, the boss found his daughter, that's fine. Let's get us the hell out of here. You ain't gotta tell me twice. The two massive bat-like creatures screech through the night, their echolocation easily finding the spot. And with this, it's Vlad that lands first, as he takes his human form, landing up on booted feet, crouching in the snow. Abel quickly takes the human form as well, landing behind him. What do you see? I don't see much. This cabin, very well made, he says, looking, of course, at the shattered structure. This was not Gugwi. This was Janaskwa. I know that for a fact. Indeed. This happened not long ago. Yet how long has it been? At least 2 weeks. So what do you say? We need to follow the scents. That is what I'm saying. I think we will find what we're after. There are no tracks. Janaska have always been intelligent creatures, you know this. Of course. But to actually have their own tracks? They are not like the Gugwe, and even the Gugwe are able to do such things with ease. Fair enough. And with this, he narrows his eyes, sniffing the air. His hands elongate into claws. And with this, Abel, the hybrid, speaks softly. As there was a struggle. A scent, definitely female. It was that type, if you understand where I'm going. Of course. So he thinks that is what brought them, yes. I believe there was a female here. I believe she was simply here to accompany her mate. You think that the male is here for more than just. Think on this. You're aware of the Bigfoot, which Alex had to kill. What of it? He saw that beautiful woman that he was with. Do you not? Rebecca. Of course, as a woman who had a big mouth, and yet was very admirable. She has my respects. What of her? Why do you think she had so little fear of you? Because she was stupid, Vlad says grimly. No, you idiot. She was in a very similar situation. You're saying that a Bigfoot actually got a hold of her. Indeed. Alex lost a very good friend, a man named Michael, that day. Someone in whom he had hired, or was about to hire, on behalf of the council. You have to understand, that man has lost much. His hatred for them goes very deep. I see. So he rescues that Rebecca woman, and then... Exactly. Do you understand now? So you think that this woman may still be alive? If that is the case, my friend, you have to be aware it would be better off if we found her dead. I agree with you. But no, I do not believe she is dead. The two men, quickly, with their senses, they both take the form of wolves, and they track the snow. The scent grows cold in many spots, but of course when it comes to beings that are centuries old with heightened senses, they're able to pick up enough. There actually is a small band of Gugwe that get in their way. Dracula immediately takes on the form of the man-bat, a massive form, at least the size of any alpha dog man. And Abel takes on the form of the blood beast, a werewolf, massive, with quite a lot of the ears and the nose of a bat, but the rest of them a black-furred werewolf. The two make short work of the couple of Gugwe that had tried to stop them. They're devoured and then disposed of. It's then that Dracula takes back his human form. He is naked this time, his form covered in blood. As Abel takes his human form as well. He himself in a very similar condition. These creatures, they are not the ones, nor are they connected to the Janaskwa. No, I do not believe so. They were simply in a similar location, that is it. They saw us easy prey, they find out wrong. Do not underestimate these creatures. They very well could have killed us, if there was enough of them. I agree, we should not stay here much longer. And it's then that they go to a cave. And then they find the burned bodies. My God, what could have done this? He says, looking to the burned remains of the male and female Janoskva. Their their limbs and everything have been split and ripped away from their bodies, but they have been placed and burned in different spots where Warren knew eventually that the animals would have simply devoured them. But sometimes it takes more than a couple of weeks for remains to be taken away. And of course, for two creatures with heightened senses, there you go. What could have done this? Even we would have had a hard time with this. Indeed. Well, true, just one of us would have easily been able to kill them. It would not have been such a cakewalk. I can tell you that right now. So what did this? Take a look. There's boot prints all over the ground. Look at the size of them. God, I've never seen feet this big. Of course, we've seen other hominoid footprints this big. You know damn well what I mean. No human being wears a shoe this size, much less a boot. Unless it is who we are seeking. You're saying we have found the creature. There's only one that could have done this. And you said it yourself. What else could have finished off two Genasqua? That male was massive. There are not enough pieces for us to truly to know. But I can tell you right now, he must have been at least, if he was an alpha, I'm pretty sure, at least between 10 and 15 foot in height. Probably well over half a ton, maybe even a ton in weight. The female was good enough size, bigger than a googly. With this, he looks to her skull. This is not good. What do you find? I found this, he says, holding up the skull. It's only the top part, not the bottom part, the jaw. It's elongated, as this is no googly skull. The sin itself, inbreeding, this is not good, but it explains a lot. He throws the skull back into the snow. He is here. Her scent is here too. I see that. There's a male, I saw, a bullet hole. He basically says, sapping for his shoulder. At least a nick. He did not make much impact. 22 will not do much of what you think. Of course, the lad says grimly. I'm pretty sure a spoiled brat of a child would probably not have any more weapons to that. Of course, but you have to understand something, Vlad. She would not know what she was facing anyway. Yet she shot it anyway. Has my respects. Come, I think we will find him soon. And then maybe we can find the answers we seek. Do you think that maybe? I do not know, nor do I care, you damn perverts. I have my own desires, but finding out about that is not one of them. As Abel once more picks up the scent, he muses softly. It is unfortunate. What do you mean? I wish my pet could have joined me. You're talking about that cynocephaly. Old Ved, yes. Unfortunately, he has gotten too old to truly do much. It's simply the way of things. And I do not desire to lose anything else that I care for, even if it is a simple cynocephaly. The dogmen, they are interesting creatures. I have never been, as you know, I have never truly enjoyed werewolves either. They have always been a very difficult thing to deal with, especially during my mortal years. Really, you knew of them even back then. And of course, they were notorious for, of course, stealing livestock and such things, as well as the people who tried to protect their animals. It was beyond that. They were tied very closely to the Sagini, if you know what I speak of. The gypsies, of course. Many of them were among my loyal subjects at the time. A few of them were werewolves. They paid me tribute, and a few of them were actually, I must admit, useful when it came to dealing with the Ottomans. I'm impressed. You never told me this. You never gave me a reason, he says, rolling his eyes. Indeed. We're growing close. So how do you propose we find out anything, especially if we come across this creature? You did promise that boy not to kill him if you could help it. Indeed. But if he has taken a woman against her will, that is another story. You have to understand this. Your romantic and arrogant attitude has always been some things that gets on my nerves, but I understand. Indeed. So come, let us find out. The boot prints are easy enough to
track. And it's obvious whoever made them had not made any attempts to hide them. At least at first. At first, yes, very much so. He was every bit as skilled as any cryptid at hiding his tracks. But there are fresher tracks, which go from a different direction, yet at the same time to the same spot in which they're trying to locate. Leave it at that. It is then that Vlad speaks. I do not like this, Abel. What do you mean? This is fresh. He is no longer trying to hide himself. It is as if he is trying to lead us away from something. It would make sense, especially if the girl is still alive. And her scent is in the air. There is no hiding it. She is no longer during the time of the months, but in the end her scent is still there. Of course. I smell it somewhat as well. So what do you propose we do? We need to find this creature. If he cannot be reasoned with, he must be destroyed. And there shall be no quarter given. None. And if we find the girl, it could prove not just doing the right deed for the day, but also lucrative for both of us. I agree. There's one problem with that. A massive man speaks, towering over both vampires. It is Warren. A massive stone blade is in his hands. There is only one problem, vampire. She's not for the likes of you. And I do not care how lucrative finding her would be. She is under my protection. You saw what I did to those two Janoskwa. Do not think I cannot do the same to you. Lane speaks angrily. I do not care who you think you are, but I will not be ordered around by a freak such as you. You really don't understand the situation, do you? Listen to me, little leech. Walk around, turn around, and walk away. Or die. I will not be talked to in this manner. It is you who shall die, Vlad snarls as he turns into mist at first, and then solidifies into a massive bat-like creature, every as big as that of Warren, as he barrels into Frankenstein's monster. But pretty much how can I say this the best way? Warren is too powerful. Warren Cronin grabs the vampire by his neck. Those fangs are flashing for his face. Get a bite out of his flesh. He very calmly stabs beyond what even Abel can see. He stabs Vlad Tepish right in the heart. The vampire, quite literally, stops moving in spasms. His eyes cloud over, and he falls into the snow. Abel loses it right then and there. He then speaks very softly. I had come seeking to talk, but if you are revealing simply for violence, I see that you are a mindless brute. It is as the case in what you may have done to that girl. I am sorry, but I cannot allow you to live. And with this, his flesh explodes. His skin, his blood flies everywhere. Is then, in his place where he was, stands a massive creature, much larger, actually quite a bit larger than that of Frankenstein's monster, at least by a good foot. An 8.5-foot monster, a werewolf. Think of a dog man but with no tail, and instead of normal wolf-like ears, the ears of a bat. And quite literally the fleshy piece of a bat at the nose. The creature's fangs are much longer than that of a normal werewolf's. With this, venom claws slash forth, quite literally raking out a massive piece of flesh away from Warren's chest. I think that'll leave a few more scars, he says mockingly, as he quite literally grabs Abel by the throat. He himself has killed many werewolves, but this is the first time he's ever seen a hybrid. He had heard of the founder before, but he had never thought he would encounter him. However, the werewolf is just too strong. The hybrid beast slams Warren's form into the ground, despite the fact the man sends out punches and kicks, which would shatter the bones of any Bigfoot or Dogman, or other werewolf in that response.
Other than Abel, of course. But Abel's bones are like that of stone. And with this, he roars in Warren's face as the creature telepathically speaks to him. You saw you could take me, but now you shall die, just like all the others. You have heard my comrade. You are going to die for that. And with this, those claws pierce into Warren's chest, as his ribs are quite literally being pulled up. He can feel those claws reaching under, trying to strain and grab his beating heart. However, he feels a very sharp spear of sharp stone and wood slam in his shoulder, quite literally slam between his shoulder blades. Of course, his own flesh and musculature is so hard, it quite literally breaks off on his skin. But it's enough of a distraction for Warren to punch him with enough force to shatter his jaw. And with this, he very quickly moves up. His flesh immediately, his bones and everything resetting, and his organs, thanks to the horrific nature of his creation, his flesh seals. Of course, scars are left there. And with this, he viciously grabs Abel, and quite literally, with all of that human strength, lifts a much larger werewolf hybrid creature up over his head, and he slams him down on his knee, breaking his back. And with this, he very calmly pulls quite literally pulls the blade, because Vlad's been hurt. He ain't been killed, but he ain't going to be getting up for a long time. He pulls that knife out from Vlad's chest. And with this, he smirks slightly. You should have just left things alone. But in the end, it matters little. I've never had a werewolf head mounting my wall, whatever the hell you are. A hybrid. I've heard of you. Stop, Savannah says, crying. Damn it, stop! He looks up at her. And with this, Abel slashes, quite literally raking open Frankenstein's monster's face. And yet he himself stops. The wounds, of course, seal, leaving more scars on Warren's face, but in the end it matters little, as hideous as his own appearance is. And with this, Abel forces himself to stand, dropping to all fours, snarling low, as Warren very calmly stands and positions himself in front of her. Abel realizes the mistake he's made. He nods slowly and allows his form to dissipate in the mist and then to shrivel back into that of a naked man. Vlad slowly begins to awaken. He snarls angrily, because of course his form is now human, not like the massive bat beast that he had been. No, you could have killed us both. Why are the two of you here? This was a misunderstanding. At least I can see this. When your mind touched mine, I sensed what you thought. It is not what you think. I would never, ever harm a woman in the way in which you're thinking. Abel nods slowly. We came simply seeking answers for something a mistake that I made long before you were ever created. In a way, it partly could be my fault that you even exist. You knew my father. You knew my creator, he says angrily. You knew. Unfortunately, it was my mistake, as I said. You gave him that damnable book, didn't you? He says angrily. Vlaine looks to both, but he wisely remains quiet. What the hell are you two talking about? Please, damn it, she says, looking to Warren. Please. You trust me, right? I've trusted you. The bond between them is just that powerful. He nods slowly. With this, he holds out a hand, helping Vlad stand. I'm sorry for my premature actions. It was not wise of me, and I am sorry. And with this, Vlad snarls low. He simply says, I can be at times brash when I should not be. You have my respects, as well as my apology. Very few can do what they have done to me, as you have. As a matter of fact, you was the first. You are a true warrior. What is your name? He asks. My name is Warren Cronin. That is the name I gave myself. My father simply called me the creature. That book in which he used to make me is in my possession, and it will not leave it. Especially since you gave it to him. He told you. Of course he did. During one time when I demanded that he make me a mate. He could not get. One of the things that always got on my nerves, but I had to tolerate, because he was making me what I thought that I needed at the time. He blathered on about some book, a Necronomicon. Abel's eyes flicker crimson, recognition and just kind of horror. Yes, I know the book, and I have kept it safe where no one could ever lay eyes on it or hands on it again. And we found a way to destroy it. Believe me, Warren says, running a hand through thick long hair. I've tried. But I will not trust you with it either. My father told me why you gave it to him. Of course, in his arrogance, he did not understand at the time. But then he made me. And I understand now why he could not make me a mate. He explained to me in that. Of course, in his arrogance fashion, but I understood. She was another part of the deal. Her father. Indeed. I'm not going back. No way in hell. Warren raises a brow at this. Are you sure about this? You cannot... Where else do I have to go? Look at my fucking face, she says. Of course, she can barely... She can't, of course, the nerves there are still damaged. She can speak, but there's like at least 16 scars or more on the side of her face. Freshly stitched. What the hell do you think I'm gonna tell my daddy, huh? I can't tell him shit. Not truly. I ain't going back. The only person I really cared for than my parents is dead. I don't want that life anymore. It was all a fucking lie. And you can't make me, she says. She says, looking desperately to Warren. She wants him to back her up. And with this, the man says, Child, look, I know you don't, that ain't going on. I get that. I trust you. Maybe that's the reason I do trust you. You've done nothing but save my life twice, and you've helped me. You've cared for me. And you've kind of opened my eyes to a few things. I ain't exactly the romantic I was. I don't think I'll ever be again, but maybe, I don't believe much in God, but maybe there was a reason what happened to me did. She says, tearing up somewhat. Vlaine rolls his eyes. I say we come and get what we came for. She is invaluable to us. You know this, Abel. Do you desire to die again? Because that is what could have easily happened to us both. You are aware of this. You almost took him out, didn't you? Had he desired, he truly could have killed both of us. There is no vampire. I do not even believe Brius could truly take him. Brius Triculus. I have to disagree with you there. I have heard of his power. The firsts. He is not truly undead. I have heard the legends. The Necronomicon mentions him. So you learned how to read a book. Is this what has happened? Ironically, no. It is simply something that I have learned. It's not a matter of reading. It's a matter of how I was made. The lightning brought me back to life, but there were other, more alchemical things that were used. Forbidden things.
Warren says. He folds his arms over his massive chest. And with this, when he sees, poor Savannah shaking, he pulls her close and warms her with his body heat as best he can. The woman leans into him, obviously trusting him with her, basically with her mind, body, and soul. Abel is touched by this. And with this, he says softly, I trust you on one condition, and what is that? I want to see the book. I'm not going to take it from you, but I need to see it. Why? To know that we are on the level, you and I. Vlad narrows his eyes. We cannot simply leave empty-handed, Abel. We are not going to. Fair enough. He says, narrowing his eyes to the woman that damn near killed him. You do not slay me. I shall give you this chance to explain yourself. I can understand why you desire to see the book. Come, I will show you. He takes them, it's roughly a 10-mile trek. And of course, Warren has to carry Savannah most of the way. She's not physically capable, especially from recovering from her injuries, as well as the fact that it takes several days. We're talking about like a trip that takes about 4 or 5 days. She has to rest, they have to build shelter, and keep moving. But he takes them all to the spot. It's not a yurt. It's a massive, almost like what I would call a sarcophagus, not a sarcophagus, but a tomb. A massive stone structure, which has been built with the hands of someone that is ingenious in intelligence. It is not the usual but it's not the usual primal stuff that Warren had made in the past. And with this, he explains gently. Like I told you, I can remember things. The past lives of the pieces of men that I was built from. Fascinating. But expected. Ah, you read my father's notes. And with this, he coughs slightly and explains. There's a council, of which I founded so long ago. They have rough copies of your creator's notes, but not truly, or else they would not have sent people who I am connected to. A young man, Timothy Kozlowski, is another reason I am here. He desired answers, and he wants to say thank you. That must be the young man who I encountered not long ago. About 2 or 3 months ago. I'll give my estimation. A fine young man, a little bit talkative, but I can understand why. Indeed. There were 3 scientists that remained with him. The idiots, I know what they were seeking. But I could not bring myself to kill them. I knew they had been sent by someone who truly knew my secrets. It was a Googway. They found them, didn't they? It might have been the ones that I killed were indeed Googway. However, there have been, from what I have found, the Janasqua, they used to be a noble race. But inbreeding, as well as just them being, I think inbreeding and interbreeding with the Googway have made them savage, evil. If you understand my words, of course. This right here is where I have sealed away the book. You, he says, pointing to Vlad, will stay out here. You, I do trust, because I have reason to trust you. Vlad narrows his eyes and says, no, I want to see it for myself. I desire you to try to at least tolerate his presence, if you can. Warren narrows his eyes. I want you to be aware. I know who you are, Vlad Tepish. I recognize your face. If you even make one step towards the book, I will kill you. I understand. He angrily replies. Good. And with this, he very calmly lights a torch and sets it on the wall of the massive tomb. And they go deeper underground. It is sealed in a massive sarcophagus, which no human hand could even hope to open. It is masterfully crafted
by a hand that is not truly human, by Warren's hand. Frankenstein's monster very calmly lifts open the lid, and with this, scarred hands grab the book, which is a very large book. I mean, we're talking massive volumes of. This is huge. The book itself is a visage of pure evil. Crimson is the color of the bindings as well as the cover of it. Human skin is easily detectable as what it is made out of. Warren very calmly looks to both vampires, and he's quite literally proving himself to an extent that he can be trusted, because he understands Abel's heart. He knows too well, even now, because you have to understand, Frankenstein did know somewhat of Abel's history, and he had told the creature orally that history. And also, you have to remember, he did say to Frankenstein's monster, who originally had the book. He very calmly flips to the pages. They're all in Arabic, and Abel is able to read each page. Close the book, now. I will. And with this, he closes it. You, of all people, should be able to detect the dialect as well as what it is written in. Can you not? He says to Vlad. Indeed. That is truly, I believe indeed to be the Necronomicon, he says in awe and horror. Why did you desire to see the book? I have heard so much of it and seen so many things. You must understand, my dear Warren. He says, calling Frankenstein's monster by his name, or his name. This is some things that a man sees once in his many lifetimes, if ever in one. You have to understand that. Curiosity, indeed. I can respect that. But now that you have seen it, what will you do now? I cannot give it back to you. Too many people have died and suffered by my hand because of my creation due to what my father learned from that book. And you know as well as I do the creatures in which you could call back into existence. The floating city of Reale cannot be allowed to surface again. There are too many of his cultists, he means Cthulhu's, out there who seek this book, who would kill anything that you and I care for, as well as anything connected to any of us at this moment in time. You, of all people, would understand this. He's just pointing a massive finger right in Abel's direction. It shall stay here. Make no mistake. That I promise you. I will give. However, I will need something. I can understand why the girl would not want to go home. But I must tell you this now, child. This is not some fairy tale that you are living. Warren here is a very powerful man, and he is also capable of many things. He has done things. You would be wise to listen to him, child. No, I would like to think that I would never harm you. I would like to think that I would be as kind as a lamb to you. But I am capable of terrible, dreadful things. When I get angry, I have not felt lust in quite a long time. I do not worry too much of that. But I am easily angered at times. I can be annoyed at the smallest of things. And what can I go back to? Everything I knew, it's a lie. Look at my face. There ain't no amount of reconstructive surgery that can fix this. As a matter of fact, I think there is, he says truthfully. You don't understand, Warren. She taps her forehead. In here, I can't. At least, not now. I ain't looking at you like that. However things fall, that's fine, but I trust you. I have every reason to. And I think maybe I can give you what you've been needing for a long time. This simple company. Warren is silent for a very long time. He sees this young, naive, idiotic, in his own mind, he wants to say, but that's not the truth, and he knows it, girl So what do you propose? He says, looking to Abel. It's actually Vlad that speaks. There are many things that I know of, and the mind of an arrogant fool is among them. Your father is just one of those people. Yet in the end, I dealt with many people. Boyars, you must understand, is what they were called. Huh? Servant. Not servants, but vassals. People that were loyal to my house, my family. So you're who he says you're saying. You're Dracula. In the flesh. She nods slowly. Okay, I'm kind of understanding. So what's your point? Listen carefully. You are a fool. I will tell you that now. But you are also one who has a spirit that I have not seen in quite some time. I desire to help you. Both of you. Your father, while he is an intelligent man, is also a desperate man. He loves you deeply, but he does not accept you for who you are. Do you understand that? Of course, you're preaching to the choir. All right, then. Listen carefully. What I suggest is... He looks to Abel. I think you are thinking on the same lines. He says, looking to Frankenstein's monster, Warren. Go on, he says. We need to give him something of hers. Make him think that you, child, are dead. You are understanding what I am saying. Do you not comprehend this? If this happens, there is no going back. Ever. I'll tell you what, Warren says. He sighs lightly. I have a couple of homes, I guess you could call them, structures, that I have built not far from here. You're welcome to stay there for at least 2 days. Give her time to think it over, and then we will all discuss what has to be done. I will work with this, Abel says. Vlad nods. 2 days pass, and Warren once more speaks to her, right before they meet the vampires once more. You are aware that, as he said, there's no turning back. I've thought about it. I want to go back, Warren, but it's like he said. You ain't had company. You ain't had nobody for... Hell, I've never had hardly anyone my entire damn life. Not truly. Everything was just a bunch of bullshit. Holla. You understand? Indeed. I understand. And you said to yourself, I mean, I'm good company, right? And I can learn. I mean, believe me, I learn quick. You actually did save my life when it came to dealing with Abel. You know, ironically, I think he's all right. The other one, I mean, fucking Dracula? That dude scares the hell out of me. He comes from another time that is earlier than both of our own existences. It is not much different than when I was born, but in the same time, it was. Chivalry, while it existed, was... He chuckles lightly. It was different. In the end, you're right. You did save my life. I believe you can learn. Very well. I will teach you what I know. I will teach you everything that I know. How to survive, how to live off the land. But you have to understand something. There's going to come a time that you will grow older, and you may want different. And I will not try to hold you back. But you need to think deeply. I'll figure that out when the time comes. All right, child. All right. He meets the two vampires, and he speaks to Abel. I propose this, he says, looking to Vlad. He raises a brow in curiosity. I propose. It says Vlad here says, we give her father, because of course he's the one I'm pretty sure that I know for a fact you would not have simply been able to travel here on your own. You have ungodly endurance, but you would have had to have a vehicle, one of those flying contraptions. An airplane, last time I checked. You'd have had to have one of those drop you off, especially in weather like this. Therefore, I'm sure that he will want answers if he is going to take you out of this kind of environment. If need be, we can go on our own. Fair enough. But at the same time, listen to my proposition. I have some of her clothing. It had to be removed so that she would not die of hypothermia. Damn boneheaded child, he said under his breath. You know, I heard that. But of course, the massive man says, I propose that you give that man, her father, that bit of clothing, and whatever jewelry she may have had. She hands the man, she hands Abel a locket. Abel nods. I can take this. I can take this without any issue. Good. Warren says. And with this, he speaks softly. I will take these back and tell the man what he most likely will not want to hear, but he shall hear regardless. And in the end, while it may be a lie, what he could have offered me is trivial in the end. Truly. I shall work with what I can. He still could have provided us with much, Vlad says. Indeed, but think of it. Was it truly worth that? The stocky man nods agreement. And with this, they go back to one of the yurts, and, the old shredded clothing is given to the vampires. Abel had actually, surprisingly, in his own affairs, been able to, quite literally when they touched down to the ground and before they began their hunting, he'd been able to hide that burner phone. The burner phone actually had also been customly designed with satellite technology. So once he gets there, he reaches down into the trunk in which he had hid it. It actually is still here. Wonderful. Now get us the hell out of here, Vlad says, irritably. He's, quickly enough, Abel makes the phone call. And that plane, of course, is not able to truly touch down. However, it is able to circle the airspace. And it is right before they're both about to take the massive man-bat form and take to the skies, that Abel senses something watching them. It is a massive creature, a massive fiend of a monster, a Janasqua. Every bit as massive as the large male that had damn near taken Savannah's life. Whether his connection to him or not cannot be said, not truly. He snarls low, looking to Abel. However, it is Dracula that snarls back, taking the form of the man-bat. It is Abel takes the form of the massive werewolf, at least for the moment, to stand his ground. The large Googly steps back, shaking his head in shock. Truly, he had heard from the elders of his tribe of different creatures that could change shape, but this is an abomination and anathema for everything that he has ever encountered or been taught. He wisely knows better than to fuck around with ancient spirits. He quite literally runs back into the forest and the tundra as if he were on fire. Abel then focuses, the massive werewolf form turning more into the man-bat form, as both take into the skies, and they board the plane. Of course, Abel had been given us like a large satchel to put over his back, which contained the clothing and all that which Savannah had. And with this, the pilot says, didn't think I'd be seeing you two guys again, whatever the hell you are. It does not matter. We have found what we sought. She dead? Vlad nods. Indeed. But, Abel, shows up. And with this, the man who opens and, who is in charge of opening the side panel of that massive plane, of course he slams the door shut and he looks into the bag. Oh, Jesus Christ. This right here was one of her favorite shirts. You know what I mean?
Damn it. He was a good kid. He ain't gonna be happy about this. We have done what we could. I am sorry. Well, he was promised, you guys was promising answers. You're gonna give them. He was willing to give them. I'm pretty sure that he'll pay you. He'll pay you real well. It's surprisingly Vlad that speaks. No, we will not take payments. If he says that it would be a life to the best of our power, we have failed in that. You sure? He's still going to want to talk to both of you. Indeed. And we shall talk to him. All right. You guys relax. I ain't knowing what you guys are. I ain't caring what y'all are. You obviously, well, your heart was in the right place. We're going to take you back to Barra, and then, there's going to be a plane that'll fly you guys to Dallas. I mean, Texas, Dallas, you know what I'm talking about. You're going to want to have some answers in person. I hope you guys are willing. If we disagree, there's very little that you can do to stop us. Yeah, I get that, but you said you was willing to do the right thing, right? We both cared for that kid, She was nothing like her parents. She didn't deserve what she got. And they're going to want to know the details. Indeed, I shall tell them. All right. Buckle up, guys. It's going to be a long one. It takes them several days, but of course, when it comes to beings that are as old as one who has lived many, many centuries, patience is a virtue. So sure enough, in Dallas, Texas, Vlad himself is not able to handle the sunlight, but Abel is. And of course, he himself, because of his exhaustion, well, Vlad is definitely one of the most powerful vampires to live. He still must rest. Of course, going day, quite literally, time in, time out, time in, time out of no rest. He's forced to sleep the deep slumber. It is Abel that speaks for both of them. So you're telling me that's all you found? Indeed. Abel says, too, that of Savannah's father, Michael Blake Dalton. I find that hard to believe. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's just this, maybe I ain't wanting to believe it, but your daughter is dead. There's nothing else to say, and I'm not taking payment as a result. It is simply how things are. Damn it. Damn it, he says. You couldn't have found her alive. You couldn't have. I would advise you to shut your mouth, Mr. Dalton. He has done all he could. Are we clear? Look, Miss Triculus, I know that you've done a lot for... You have no idea what I can truly do for you and to you. I would advise you to listen to her. Look, boy, I ain't got time to listen to a mouthy little shit like... As then that Meriden very calmly slips a hand on the fat man's shoulder and forces him to sit down in his chair. Quite literally the sound of bones creaking as he squeezes his shoulder and collarbone. He winces in pain. I will not take such disrespect. Do you understand? You know what I am. You know what I can do. But that little shit he was simply speaking the obvious. Let it go. Your daughter is gone. And I am sorry for your loss. I understand that more than most. But you will not disrespect those who I am with. One more word, Mr. Dalton. Look, all right. Dalton's wife, a woman named Pamela, is actually quite open and very understanding, despite the man's ego. Look, all of you, I appreciate what you guys did. You didn't have to do anything. I feel that we owe you something. Abel shakes his head. Again, we did not find her. So therefore, there is no reward needed. I promised that I would find her, but if possible, I would bring her in alive. There was two of you. He is exhausted. You know what we are, do you not? Unfortunately, yeah. I found that out when I was a little girl. One of the lower type of vampires.
She says that with some arrogance, but also understanding. They, well, they damn near killed my daddy. It's kind of how I found, well, the connections that I have now.
Mike here, his father kind of, how can I say this? He helped mine out.
And, well, I was born looking good, and I think you understand. I do, Mirrodin says. None of us asked to be where we are now. But with this, she looks with some pity to the crying man, that is. Mr. Dalton. I'm sorry, damn it, she's really gone? His wife looks toward him with some compassion. She herself is shedding tears of grief, but she can hold it together a little better. Abel actually feels rotten about what, is truly the situation, and of course the secret in which he knows, of her being very alive, but is not willing to live that way anymore. Yet there is actually a very limited, how can I say this the best way? There is a limit to how he feels when it comes to that. Because when it comes to a man such as Michael Dalton, he is a man that desires to control everything. And I mean everything. And in the end, he also knows there are secrets, in which Michael may have done in the past. He knows the kind of man in which he is. And while he may be wrong, he is not sure. He simply suspects. And Abel himself has always been a man that suspects usually the right thing. And with this he says, I am sorry, Mr. Ridiculous, but we will talk later, Abel, she says, smiling gently. David himself looks away. He's uncomfortable with this entire situation. Sir David squeezes Mirrodin's hands. She squeezes it back very gently, making sure not to harm him. And she then very calmly brushes back a lock of her long red hair over her shoulder.
I guess this meeting is adjourned. I simply came here to make sure that things ran smoothly. Despite the disrespect,
that was levered in directions I wished didn't happen, she says, looking to that of Mike. Man truly feels ashamed. However, Abel then speaks softly. I wish all of you well, but I must now depart. Aye, the same with me. And with this, she looks to David and mouths, sorry. And with this, he pats her shoulder, as if saying, damn it, don't worry about it. And with this, Stanley very calmly swings around the car and picks them both up and drives off, taking them back home. Roughly 24 hours after that moment, Michael Dalton wakes up with another nightmare. He is torn up with guilt. He had loved his daughter in very unhealthy ways, truly unhealthy. Things in which, of course, she would never have admitted to her own mother or anyone. It was just their secret. Yet in the end, the man truly is a truly, well, originally, even Vlad had thought of him as a respectable fellow. He put two and two together. And while that young girl had a mouth on her, in the end, maybe, she reminded him too much of his wife. Damned shrew of a woman. Truly let things go. While he himself was a true butcher on the battlefield and had done heinous things, impaling men, women, even children on spikes, to chase away armies and get his point across. That was something he had never been. So he decided to take it upon himself, very calmly stand right now in front of the man who just at this moment has awoken. What the hell? I have done some digging into your records. I will tell you now. You're a pig. A true pig. Not just in the ways of how you look. I thought originally that a father should truly be concerned for their daughter. However, there was your sense. I don't mean your true sense, but your soul. There was a piece of your soul that was in her. And there is only one way. We both know in which that could happen. You did things that cannot be forgiven. the man says very calmly, snatching up a book and reading it.
Interesting.
Twilight?
Really? Fucking Twilight.
He says very calmly, rolling his eyes and putting the book back on the shelf. I digress. Abel tried to talk me out of this, but in the end, he got what he wanted. He was able to put away a debt that was owed, at least to himself. But in the end, there is another reason that I am here. You have known of the book for some time, haven't you? You have made deals, shady deals, with individuals that I believe my friend shall soon deal with. It might be time for the council to be dealt with permanently. I cannot tell you. What are you talking about? You need to start spitting out shit that makes sense. There's a Necronomicon, you idiots. You know about that? Of course I do. It was easy enough for me to talk with someone who was able to hack into your accounts. Of course, your provider with much of your power and funds. That bitch betrayed me, he says angrily. It was actually your wife. She knew people. She knew what you was doing. She also knew what you sought. I want you to know one thing. Your daughter is alive. What? You heard me. She lives. But she is with someone who shall truly care for her. And you, well, you are simply going to feed the worms. And with this, before he can even scream, all the blood is drained from his body, and a husk is left, which is soon disposed of and burned. Timothy Kozlowski finally finishes on his 100th push-up. He had already done 50 sit-ups. The young man is sweating profusely. That's enough, kid. Look, Uncle Alex, I understand you can do it, boy. But in the end, is it worth killing yourself like this? It's done. What are you talking about? Well, I got some good news for you. Enlighten me. First off, get off your ass and sit down. You can be an asshole, you know that? The young man says. Yeah, I get that, kid. He says to the young man that's well over head and shoulders taller than he is. He sits down looking to the short, stocky man, which has been a father figure for so much of his life. Well, they found out what you were, you want to know what the hell they was looking for, I'll tell you. And what was that? Alex sighs lightly. It was a book. A book? That's right, a book. You know, the fella, he didn't say who he was, he simply told me his name. Cronin. I'm guessing that was his last name and not his first. That would be right. So was he who I'm thinking? Yeah. So you're saying that was rescued by Frankenstein's fucking monster? He laughs lightly. Wow, man. Fucking wow. Bro. I mean, I'm just saying. I know, kid. It's hard to believe, but it's the truth. You gotta understand something. Abel's one. He can be an arrogant prick sometimes, but a lot of things he is. Liar ain't one of them. Yeah, I kind of guessed that. Oh, wow, dude. Yeah, when they were talking with me, I mean, I knew the other guy, freaking Dracula, man. I mean, it's crazy. I feel like I'm living, like in some kind of crazy Universal film or something. I know, right? But no, kid. That's exactly who saved your butt. That's interesting enough. So, you're saying a book? What do you mean? Well, the Necronomicon is what it's called. I heard about that book. Bad stuff, real bad stuff. And I heard it being mentioned, by a couple of the Brotherhood. They didn't say much, of course. I was going to be an initiate. Everything was hush-hush. But it was pretty freaky, man. Just what they really talked about. Supposedly, it's the Book of the Dead or some shit. Like the Egyptian Book of the Dead, maybe? Something much older than that, kid. The Egyptian Book of the Dead's a real thing, and yes, it does have a lot of power, but this was written by something, and I mean thing, a lot older than that. Whoa. Let's just leave it at this. A madman got a hold of the wrong signal from the right creature. And I mean that in the worst sense. He wrote the book. And of course, idiots have been seeking it ever since. So where is it now? Well, Cronin has it, and he ain't gonna let nobody, and I mean nobody, see it. What about that girl? I mean, I heard in the news about a girl, and I kind of put two and two together. Maybe I'm wrong, but, I heard, young girl. Kid was about 19, maybe 20. She's in good hands. Very good hands. Really. I'm glad to hear that, man. So what happened to her? Well, I'm pretty sure you know about Janasqua and Gugwe, don't you? Yeah, I haven't seen them, of course, but I've heard, well, you know as well as I do, I've heard bad enough shit about them. They're ugly and vicious. The Gugwe are about as bad as it gets. Janasqua, they were at one time fairly highly evolved critters. I'm guessing something happened to them. I ain't sure. Maybe it was inbreeding or just, I don't know. But they're not what they were. Leave it at that. Yeah, I get that. Still sucks. So she's safe. Do you think that, I don't know, and I ain't wanting to. How about you? Hell no, that's between them. Exactly. But at least there's a happy ending with this. So what's going to happen with the council? Those bastards did me wrong, man. You ain't needing to worry about the council. What do you mean by that? Look, man, killing is enough, I'm not doing any of the killing, kid. Besides, it's time that house got cleaned up. Well, what's Charlie got to say with that, man? He's not going to, actually he does. And with this, he looks up to see a very old man. Thin, fairly tall, Native American man. His long hair is tied back. The man who is of the Sioux Nation speaks gently. It's been a long time coming. I'm not happy about it, but it had to be done. So you're saying you quit the council? You saw me walk away, didn't you? Charles' black brother says. I'm sorry, man. Charles Legrand Sanchez says in response. Don't be. It had to be taken care of. Leave it at that. Still, I'm sorry. So what's going to happen to me? Well, kid, do you still want to become what I am, or what we are? I don't know. Hey, had you asked me 3 months ago, I would have jumped at this chance, man. Been like, yes! But, I'm sorry, I don't mean any disrespect to either one of you, but... Son, Blackfeather pinches his nose, basically pinches the bridge of his nose. And then he looks up to the young man that towers over both of them. I'm gonna tell you straight as an arrow. I'm glad you told me that. It means you have sense. I think if you make the right decision, whatever it will be, if you make that path, you will be one of the best of us, and if not, you'll be one of the best men that I have ever met. I appreciate that. The young man says, actually breaking down in tears lightly. Both men embrace the young man tightly, offering him their support. Rebecca watches on in silence.
Two werewolves slog through the very vicious and cold tundra.
They had been told they'd find the book here. Suffice to say, their own connections had led them here. Quite literally north of Barrow, Alaska. It makes no sense. None. They've been able to actually, because they're both members of the council, the two men, their names are Pierce and Anson. Pierce shakes his head in disgust.
You think that we would have found it by now. Anson very calmly shrugs broad shoulders. Whatever.
I'm kind of glad we sent them idiots out there to find what we were looking for. Kind of sucks that so many of them died. Who cares? You know that Blackfeather walked away from us because of this. He'll be dealt with in time. You're serious? You're talking of fucking killing Blackfeather? Blackfeather? You know, the Grey Wolf? You think one of us could take him? And if you want to try that, you gotta get past the founder for one. That fucking abomination. You know, he's gonna meet his end eventually. You know, the other five told us to play with ourselves. Now they're just worried about losing their ranks and power. Yeah, well, the fact we've just been freaking exiled doesn't exactly sit well with me, Pierce says angrily. Anston shrugs. If we find this book, we'll be able to get back at all of them. I'm telling you, the coordinates in which, I was able to find, how the hell were you able to find it? Well, he laughed slightly. I was able to hack into a couple of things. Had a couple of guys watching. Abel, he came out here. Really? Yeah, exactly, Pierce says excitedly. I'm just saying, Abel was able to find everything. Like, if we remember everything which, we were having him watched and everything, I promise you, we'll be able to find that freak and we can kill him and get the book. So you really think the Necronomicon exists? Fuck yeah, obviously. I know it's not wives' tales, man. Hell, we've been looking for it for so damn long, but I just hope it was all worth it. Well, the other five idiots wouldn't have cast us out otherwise. It's going to take them some time to be able to replace everyone. Who cares? It's not my problem. Besides, by the time we get our hands on that book, we'll be able to pay them back with the lightest slight. We'll be able to take them all out. And think about the magic that has to be in that thing, the knowledge. Well, supposedly it was able to give Frankenstein the knowledge to bring back the dead, right? That fucking monster. What about that girl? Who cares? He could be fucking her in the ass for all I care. That is quite rude. To talk of a female in such a manner. You do know this correctly. Or are you two such animals that, well, literally speaking, of course, you change into animals, but your hearts, I can sense it from a mile away, Warren says, his massive arms folded over his chest. The two quickly take the bestial form. The two massive werewolves are bigger than him, rushing, and of course they're easily dispatched. However, Anson is killed the quickest. Yet Pierce, as he finds his back shattered and he himself taking back, into the human form, dying. So it's all true. Indeed. I want you to know one thing. And what's that, you son of a... He coughs up blood. I've seen many things. Maybe due to being what I am. There is an afterlife, I wanted to tell you that. And I've seen mortal beings go one place and then the other. Let me describe to you about the other. And what's that? He sees a young girl, beautiful, blonde, her hair tied back in a braid. She herself is hugging herself, standing behind the massive being. She obviously is fascinated by what she is seeing, but still not a fan of the violence. But she understands it has to be done. Well, let me describe it to you. It is a black void. That's all it is. I've seen creatures of darkness yank souls right out of the body into that void. And believe me, their screams, from what I've heard, not too pleasant. I'm pretty sure... Oh, wow. I just saw your buddy go down there. You poor bastard. And with this, his fist comes down, ending the werewolf's life. And with this, we focus now, once more, to Dracula's estates. And with this, the man very calmly sits in his chair. Abel, once more, had not bothered to knock. You still have bad manners. Indeed I do. I wanted to tell you that it is done. What are you speaking of? You must understand one thing. I have kept in contact with a very large friend. How long has it been? At least a year or more. Indeed, I went back there. You said that you were going to leave the book alone, Abel. I have. So then why did you go back? That makes no sense. Everything was fairly wrapped up tight.
Indeed it was, except for one thing.
I know what you did to her father. It needed to be done, and you will have done the same. Indeed, I respect you for that.
No, that is not the problem. That is not the situation.
There were two members of the council that have since those poor individuals, those poor fools, seeking that book. Of course, the humans did not truly know what they were seeking. They simply thought that they were supposed to find an undiscovered monster or cryptid. And of course, naturally, had it been for something like that, they might have been prepared. Now, the Gugui changed their minds. You and I both know that was the case. So, this is the case. And they were found expendable. Unfortunately, that young man, Timothy, he touched a lot of lives. There were many of the councils that did not approve, and they never knew. How did you find this out? I paid them a visit, of course. I asked them to start speaking, or I would have destroyed every last one of them. Needless to say, they were truly terrified. Blackfeather was with me, and he was pretty much on the same page. The Grey Wolf, that one, is a man of honor, unlike either one of us. A better man in some ways, I concede, Vlad Tepes says softly. So how did they respond to this? Well, of course, we found out who it was, and they exiled the two idiots, a man named Pierce and another named Anson. They are now seeking to introduce five more into their ranks. I made the rules clear it had to be 10. That way, there'll be an equal check and balance in their systems, as well as their ranks. Who shall be in charge of this induction? Not I. As I said before, I'm taking a break from such things. But it is needed to keep my people alive. You must understand what I was before I became this, of course. You were a mongrel then, just like you are now. Now shut up, you hypocrites. Whatever, he says, rolling his eyes, laughing. So what happened to them? They met Vorton, of course. Ooh, I bet that had to hurt. You have no clue. So he still has the book. It will not go to anyone else. He is the only one that I trust. But I do believe that in the future, there might be others who seek it. They will have to be dealt with. It may not be by our hands. He took care of the other problem. What of the girl? Last I checked, he told me they live well. At least in a comfortable situation. Do you think that? It is possible. But in the end, I do not say how love works. I have had my own, and shall have again. Indeed. It is good to see you, friends. So what now? Where is old Ed? Unfortunately, I had to bury him last month. I am sorry, friends. It is how we say things work. Mortal creatures. The man actually sheds a couple of tears. It is just how things are. One day my soul shall be hunting with his own. I drink to that, my friend. And with this, he basically holds up a thing of, vodka. Of course, Abel for his wine. To clink their glasses. And toast to those of a memory long gone. I hope you enjoyed Abel the Founder, Book of the Dead. This one was a challenge to do, I'm going to be honest. But of course, like with most of my stories, it's quite literally like something in my head that has to be gotten out pretty quickly. So usually, I either do it in spurts or like this one, all in a very frenzied 4-hour span, to say the least. It was different, but I definitely enjoyed it. I decided to kind of pay homage to some of, the horror masters like H.P. Lovecraft and different things. And of course, Mary Shelley herself. There's no doubt. I always wanted to do something with Frankenstein's monster.
And of course, I figure throw Dracula in there, since he does already have somewhat of a lore in the Unforgiven series, the world that I'm trying to build. He's been mentioned definitely more than once. I figure why not feature him? I mean, he's obviously connected to Malachi, which is connected to, of course, the first three vampires, since he is one of them, if you know what I mean. Malachi, that is. And of course, Abel was brought across by him as well, so I was like, you know what? Why not do this? Kind of make this kind of after, in a similar style of the old pulp books, which I've always enjoyed reading as I was a kid. Believe me, I love stuff like this. And definitely, I wanted to try something different when it came to cryptids. And what I mean by that is, pretty much, I've never really featured it. Of course, I've done Bigfoot, I've done Dogman, and of course, mer creatures, but I was thinking to myself, why not make something that is a lot more dangerous than just something like that? And of course, you're dealing with higher level characters than simply, a werewolf or something along those lines. True, Alex is powerful, but he's nothing along the lines of these elder beings that are a whole other level of power and potential destruction. So I was thinking to myself, what would truly be a frightening, terrifying type of element that they would have to deal with other than each other, of course. Of course, you have the Book of the Dead, the Necronomicon, which is a major challenge in itself. And also, like I said, bigger, badder cryptids is what I was thinking. Genasqua, Googly, those are not just, those are creatures that I do believe are very real and they are terrifying. No mistake, very dangerous. That's what I was thinking. So, suffice to say, just leaving it at that. I also based Warren somewhat on, I forgot the writer, but he wrote Frankenstein's monster as pronounced Garul, true evil incarnate. Of course, Warren is not of that type. He is actually a decent being, deep down. A very decent being. Maybe the most pure-hearted of all the characters I've introduced in this story. With the exception, of course, of Savannah. I figured making a being of true power that could even handle powerhouses like Abel and Black Tepish himself, maybe even Mirrodin. I figured, why not make someone who is powerful enough to really potentially be a threat or an ally? That's what I was figuring. Of course, I threw in, the old, unfortunate, I'm not going to say cliche, but definitely pattern of human nature, as well as dark secrets under the bed. I figured, why not throw in all of that and make a story out of it? I think this one was pretty well done. At least that's my opinion. I'm not going to say this is my best work, it's far from it, but it was definitely one of my most fun. I decided to leave out the sound effects and simply let the story tell itself, with of course the difference of intro and extra music. But either way, I hope you guys enjoyed this installment of kind of a story all its own. It's connected to my previous ones, but this is kind of its own thing. And I figured Abel especially needed more of his past kind of revealed, as well as his own evolution. There's going to be a lot more stories involving Abel, I'm telling you that right now. Definitely further down the line, more parts of his past and different experiences that he's had. And not just as that of the temporary keeper of the Necronomicon. Because even a man of decent as heart as he was not able to truly handle that horrible book without it bringing out the ugly, even in him, even in foisting it onto someone else who pissed him off. So let's leave it at this. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and definitely, I look forward to doing more in the future. You guys be blessed and you be safe.